Angry, Aussie. 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 Angry, Aussie. 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 Angry.
Hello, everyone. So, nobody, Megaleech, hello. Playing my favorite game, blind spearfishing. I'm trying to spear a maraschino cherry. There's not so many of them left. When the jar is full, it's very easy to get them. Aha, I got one. It's very easy to get them when the jar's more full because they can't move around. But now the jar's, I don't know, at least 3/4 empty. So they can move around more and they dodge the skewer when I'm trying to skewer them. Gets to the point where I have to actually get one out with a spoon and skewer it. But I got one. Because today is the old-fashioned New Year's Eve. Up until about 1750 in England, March 25th was New Year's Day. I think it was like the start of spring was marked the start of the new year. So I'm having an old-fashioned because it's old-fashioned New Year's. Yum. Oh. Okay. It's from my bottled old-fashioned that I made, which is real good. Oh, Friday night. Feeling, why am I feeling? I'm feeling amped because I had an energy drink about an hour ago. Normally, no way in the world would I have an energy drink at night, but we tend to go all night. So energy drink is a good thing because I want to do the opposite of sleep, which is stay awake. So that's the plan. Stay awake. Sip. Man, it's fucking good. Sip on some alcoholic beverages. And chat. And Lee, hello to you, sir. Whenever I see, sorry, this is me. Whenever I see bonjour, I feel like Groundskeeper Willie in that old episode of The Simpsons. Bonjour, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys. No, buddy, that's got to be tough every time you go away from Nettie. That's got to be tough. I feel for you, man. And Lee, rocking it with the high distinction. Love to hear it, son. Love to hear it. Celebrate your victories. I mean, sometimes people go like, if you want to say something's good, like nobody has a really nice relationship at the moment. Lee's got a high distinction. And when a good thing happens, some people will be down on you if you say, hey, a good thing happened. It's like, no, fuck it. Celebrate good things. Life is too short. None of us know what tomorrow brings. So if you got something good to share today, share it. Okay, this is like friggin' positivity time. Okay, this will bring me down to earth. You nearly missed your flight because the anti-vax press. What are those fucking pieces of shit even protesting now? I mean, I know you actually can't go into venues unless you're vaccinated, but I hate them with a fucking passion. I hate them so fucking much. They are such fucking scum. There's basically only two sorts of people at those stupid fucking rallies. One is idiotic, self-absorbed fuckwits who are conspiracy prone and want to play victim, and they're being exploited by opportunistic far-right shitbags. And the only other type is opportunistic far-right shitbags who are exploiting the self-absorbed fucking morons. Basically, it's very... No, actually, it's the far-right ones that I have more contempt for. I was going to say it's very difficult to decide which of the two groups I hate the most, but it's actually not. It's the evil, manipulative, far-right fuckbags who I really despise. But the shitheads who just off there being self-absorbed and having tantrums, oh, they fucking piss me off so much. So nobody anti-vaxxer grounds maintenance team created dramas back home. Drama is shitty. Yeah, you'd rather do another 10-hour shift. I heard you were like a machine, non-stop. You're a fucking legend, man. All right. The flavors. Lee, the far right wish they were dictators. They don't have what it takes, most of them, but they have a fantasy about it. So nobody is so damaged from that, so much pain. Yeah, no, I can understand exactly how big a trial that was for you. You're still a legend, an in pain, overtaxed legend. Legend, though. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm trying to start responsibly, slowly sipping my way through this. I'm thinking, oh, maybe I'll mix a drink next, and I've got so many whiskeys and some new ones. Maybe I'll make a fresh mixed old fashioned. And then some mysterious mystic force said, "Have a martini." It was my shirt. I was looking at my shirt, and I was like, yeah, I feel like I haven't had a martini in a little while. So stick with the classics tonight. Old fashioned, bit later, martini. Nobody's still in pain, man. Well, you were a very noble gentleman. Yeah. Not for the fact you get violently sick from drinking, you get pissed now. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to get pissed out of my head. I'll have one or two drinks for you, though. Oh, yeah, Lee. They definitely they seem to regard signs of humanity as weakness, which is friggin' weird because it's the only thing that keeps society going, looking after other people. But they just live in this fantasy world where if everything collapses, they will be the beneficiaries of said collapse. They see themselves as like warlords rising from the ashes, and they're fucking useless. Almost all of them. They'll be the first to go under, and they're just fucking arseholes. They suck so much. Lee, they're about as individual as Sontarans. They're all just the same self-absorbed shitheads. Oh no, nobody's screaming kids on the plane. Earphones. Ah, yeah, you want to... Abigail's very big on selling me on the idea of noise-cancelling headphones. I know they're good noise-cancelling headphones are much more expensive than other headphones, but Jesus, they're magical. They are absolutely magical. And she does a good job of selling me on them. They're pretty wild. The technology can be summarized as more noise means less noise. Because it's quite surreal to me how noise-cancelling headphones work. Basically, they generate different sound that's got opposite sound waves and cancels out the other. It's more noise for less noise. It's weird. Oh, Notu, you scared me. Boo. Hello, how you doing, by the way? Just playing along there. I was going to say fine Friday night. I think it's actually very lightly raining outside. I think before I shut the door behind me, I had little sprinkles. Yes, nobody's. It's the phase. It's like, you've got the sound waves doing this one, and it just creates an opposite one that cancels out. It's wild. Science is wild sometimes because it isn't inaccurate to say the noise reducing headphones are creating more noise to have less noise, which is just weird. No, too. I'm glad you're well. I am well. Got over my COVID. I've even lost track. Was that 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago, I suppose. Had my week of isolation because I had COVID. And I was going to say lucky. I feel grateful for the developers of the vaccines that meant, even though it's a potentially life-threatening illness, it never felt worse than a mild cold to me, like a sinus blockage. Ah, yes. Get the same effect if you wire up two speakers with polarity mismatched. It's yes, science sometimes indistinguishable from magic. I think that's a line credited to Arthur C. Clarke, the famous science fiction writer. I'm not sure if he really did say or write it, but I think it's either him or Isaac Asimov. It tends to get credited to. It says that any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic, which is a good point. No, yeah, step sister's a midwife, so I suppose you don't want to be around new babies. You have to isolate for sure. Yeah, nobody. I'm just imagining how difficult a sound techie's job is, like in a stadium, like one of those huge friggin' shows. So many technical challenges. I saw a doco on the Beatles, and it's like the last big show they did. I think it was in New York at like one of the baseball fields, and of course it was in their early days when they still had the Beatlemania screaming fans, and they're trying to play. They can't hear anything because the crowd is just non-stop screaming girls, and yeah, they decided playing live wasn't for them anymore, and they just did studio stuff from then on. So yeah, it's pretty wild. Hey, welcome back, Notu. Oh yeah, you did change your profile picture. It's very small and I can't really see what it is. Oh dear. Laura, good evening to you and good day to anyone who's in daytime. Good morning if it happens to be more. I don't know. It is literally a big world. Any of these things can. I should do some more smoke. I just realized I've got my smoker here and I haven't been using it much. I should smoke some more. Maybe in winter. Maybe I'll want some smoky cocktails. Oh God, it says fail to locate pictures. Oh my God. Okay, I definitely can't see that. Laurie's saying it was Arthur C. Clarke. Okay, thank you. In his 1962 book, Profiles of the Future. And it is, it's an insightful observation, I think, because when you think about it, if you are from a culture that has a science that is just far beyond the experience of people you show it to, it may as well be magic because they're just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? So, yeah. It's but even, just in our world, you can occasionally see something that's a product of our modern technology, and it's very hard to believe. You just look at it and go, "What the fuck?" It's like how did that even happen? It's just damn. No two had a shower thought. I like that. Oh, Laura, imagine a gun in the 10th century would be fucking terrifying. The noise it makes, which the only comparable noise in the 10th century. Actually, I'm not sure when China developed gunpowder. So we'll talk about a place that doesn't have gunpowder, which I think was lots of the world. And the only comparable noise would be of a gun firing would be a really severe thunderclap. And so if you did this thing that did this deafening noise and then something over there fucking exploded or had a big hole in it, the first thing you'd think of would be, the gods who make thunder. Oh no, nobody. Couple days overdue a shower. That's not good. Should have one. If you think about continents and oceans as just states of the earth like a country, well, that's kind of sort of the idea behind the United Nations. It is where all the different entities around the world come together to pretend we're one world and talk about it. Differences of opinions are a bit too extreme for that to be any sort of functional reality, but I always think like a very popular trope in science fiction is galactic empires or federations or collectors, whatever. Could you imagine the impracticality of trying to have a coherent connection to places so far flung when even within cities people can't do it? Nobody. We've reminded you, and now you're going to have a shower. Good-o. Yes, we don't want to smell you over the internet. So Lee, you looked it up. Beatles played last at Candlestick Park, San Francisco, January 1969. There you go. I think all their more interesting stuff is when they started being studio only. Not that I dislike all their pop from the 60s. Seriously, I had to mess around with this bottled old-fashioned a bit and made it too bitter to start with. Added a bit more sugar syrup, and then critically a little bit of salt, saline solution. Little cooking tip: when something's too bitter, the first impulse is to add sugar to sweeten it, but a tiny bit of salt is often far more effective at reducing bitterness than sugar is. So yeah. No, too. I did see that story about the Holocaust survivor being killed in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Not cool. Not cool. I tend to not comment on it too much because it's so difficult to be sure of the information. You can get information that you can be reasonably sure of. It's just kind of more work than I want to do. Which, okay, that's pathetic. That's pathetic on my part. But it's just like, okay, it's like you see all these sensationalistic things and it's you look and go, okay, that's a source that there's a good chance what they're saying is accurate. But yeah, no, to what I'll go unequivocally, Putin's invasion of Ukraine is completely unjustified. It is a criminal act. You should play. And Greg, good evening to you, sir. That's right, Lee. That rooftop performance was the last live performance they gave. There you go. Laura, if you're already up for Angry Bunch, why not indeed? Why not turn it into a conversation? Bang up for that. There be the link. So yeah, I still haven't. There's that very long documentary put together by Peter Jackson from archival footage that people have been largely favorably disposed to. I haven't watched that Beatles documentary. Hey, Micro, by the way, how's it going? Good to see you. Man, was it? Already finished my old fashioned. I might have to slow down. Although I do want to have a martini. A few more sips in this. It's mighty fine. Margot, I completely understand. You want to take it easy before you have to go to work. Completely understand. You do you, boo. It's all good. So, yep. Oh man, I just found out because my fucking boss got me very late today, and I'm being the dutiful employee. I'm actually going into the office on Tuesday. First time in ages. Laura,
Good morning. How are you doing? Well, I say
Good, how
good
you
morning. It is morning here.
That's
Half past
fine.
9 almost.
You're allowed to greet me based on the time as it exists for you.
Yes, yes. I'm amazed I'm awake because I think I only had about 4 hours sleep yesterday,
Damn.
and then I got up and did stuff. I dyed my hair dark again because it was like the grey had gone to there. So, and when the grey gets
Tell
to
me
my
about it.
ears, that's like, yeah, it's time to dye it again. Because yesterday I went on a protest. There's a group called Women's Place, who are a bunch of
Right.
transphobes, basically,
I
and
was
they were
guessing.
having a talk at
Yeah.
some place in Manchester, and they're so paranoid that they don't tell the people who are going to this talk where it is.
Oh
Because they're
wow.
scared that protesters might turn up.
Yeah. They're very weird. They're very
So,
weird.
so what happened was someone who is trans friendly went to the talk and gave where the address was.
Aha. Yes.
So someone on the inside.
Yeah. There's always someone. These people have very bad operational security.
Yeah, I mean the thing about it is, no one was like threatening them, or the worst some people did was call them cunts. Loudly.
Yeah.
Just shouting, and stuff like that. Of course, they've twisted it into it was an attack on women.
Yeah.
Fact is, the protest was probably only about 50% of people were trans. The other ones were, trans allies.
Yeah.
And,
just people who hate transphobes. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I actually gave a speech through a megaphone, and it wow, And do you know what? I actually started it with hello.
It's an excellent way to start.
And then I sort of got like, a sort of a little hello. Hello. And so I did get people, saying hello.
Nice.
And then it's like, hi, I'm Laura. Hi, Laura. I got back. It was quite funny, but it was a nice way to kind of.
Does sound like fun.
Yeah.
I love this one from Micro. His old supervisor got fired from the new job for speaking distastefully about alternative lifestyles to his gay manager. But it's okay because no one likes the dude. So it's just like,
Yeah, there's a funny little case that's been going through a tribunal, court thing,
Yes.
where a transphobe lost her job. Well, no, it's not quite fair. She didn't have her contract renewed.
Yeah.
Because she was being transphobic, but not
Yeah.
only that, and at first it's like, oh, that's just really unfair, and like the first tribunal, basically the judge said, well, yeah, it's okay under the Equality Act to basically say you don't, that sex matters and stuff like that, which is just, transphobe talk for I don't like trans people.
Yes.
And so so what happened was, it's like, yeah, that's protected speech, apparently,
Yeah.
to
Right.
hate trans people. Okay, so what happened was the company appealed, and in the appeal, it turns out she didn't just like verbally say stuff and have it on Twitter and stuff like that. No, she harassed members of the company,
Yeah.
like sending emails, flyers, and stuff into
Yeah.
her desks and stuff like
Yeah.
that, and
Yeah.
berating people, and it's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You know?
She's creating a hostile workplace. And
Oh, thank you, Micro.
yeah, that is very nice. Little word. It's always look forward to having. It's usually Friday night. Laura likes to come on and actually be on Angry Bunch. And yes,
It's highlight of my week.
Look, sorry, I'm just going Inception with my drink and my drink on my shirt. Woo! And look,
something?
it's come to life.
I have two things to say about your shirt. Number one, I think that shirt would be much better as a dress with a flat front, because then it wouldn't be broken up in the way that it is. And number two is, what kind of moron decided to use a white button on the black bit?
Yeah, it's look, honestly, these are pretty cheap and knockoff designs. The quality of the print is not great. That's probably not coming across in the comparatively low resolution of the webcam and whatnot, but I like them. They're colorful and expressive. Mrs. Angry and I went to a relatively new local place, a whiskey bar, for our date night, and it was excellent. Great drinks, great food, nice atmosphere, great staff. It's really funny. I think I mentioned this on another stream. Their chosen music was disco. It was like pure 70s disco they were playing. And all the staff looked like they were born in the 90s at most, if not post 2000. And I was just laughing at this music all came out 10 years before any of the staff were born. And but then the two owners,
nearly 10 years before I was born.
Yeah. The two owners were of at least comparable vintage to Mrs. Angry and myself. I think they may have been younger than us, but once you get over 40, you're my compadres, basically.
I actually amazed a few people, because when I put my makeup on, it takes 10 years off my face. But I think also, but the dark hair.
Yes, dark hair is a big one. Dark hair is a big one.
Yeah, between that and that, like, I said, yeah, I'm nearly 50. It's like, no, you're lying. You can't be, kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah. I remember all of the 80s. Fortunately, I don't remember much of the 70s.
Yeah, if I stopped being lazy and dyed my hair, I could probably convince people I was 40, because that's what they used to think. But the trolls used to try and insult me by saying I was 40, and I'm like, oh, bless your heart, little man, bless your heart. You think that's an insult? Good on you. Oh God, Rays, you got back from Melbourne and you got COVID, dude. Well, I'm hoping. I feel like you're like young and healthy. That you're like me. It never gets worse than like a mild cold. So I'm hoping that works in your favor, because man, it's a real dice roll. That was the whole thing. It's like, okay, you can sit there and go, it's overwhelmingly likely to be mild, blah blah blah. 99% is not 100%. All those dickheads who would say things like, oh, and they would always understate. But even if you look at the actual figures, the 1 to 2% fatality rate, it's like you only have to contract something that has a fatality rate to suddenly go, 1%'s not 0%. Pause for thought.
Now, I think the scariest point for me with COVID was, you had it mild. You really,
Very
really
much
did,
so, yeah.
Here in the UK, when the Delta variant hit badly,
Yes.
at one point, 1,500 people died in a day. I think it was 1,556 or something like that.
UK had one of the worst death rates in the world.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, to put it into perspective, there are the 1,440 minutes in a day.
Yeah.
So that means that more than one person was dying every minute.
Yeah.
That's scary.
That's the best word for it. Scary. Even if nothing happens to you personally, the scale of this thing is scary. Micro, you have an update about the old woman at your hotel and laundry cart. I would love to hear it. I'm not sure if you were here when Micro told the story. He helped out this older lady who he passed on his way to work, which was a lovely gesture. And as we were saying at the time, he gave her practical help. But I think even just the acknowledgement, like, I see you and I know you exist and I'm giving you dignity as a person, that was probably as meaningful as the practical help he gave her. So, but an update, I'd love to hear it. Raze, you're also triple vaxxed. Yes, my friend, I was very glad to be triple vaxxed. It gave me some degree of confidence. Oh, wow. She refused to accept the gift.
Oh,
okay.
Something. I think I told you about this already. In 2020, when COVID was going on quite strong at the time, I had an old lady say something to me, and for everybody else, it would just be how awful, how rude, but for me, it was like fantastic. Because what happened was so I'm leaving a supermarket place with my new DVD player under my arm, and she was coming in, and because she's older, you know what it's like. You sort of like, you go first kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've got more life to live. The 10 seconds is another 10 seconds on not much of life you've got left there. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why we do it. I have no idea. But
no idea.
Pat,
are you at a gig, Pat? It sounds really noisy where you are.
Yeah, no, good.
Okay.
Did you understand anything he said?
I got dance.
Oh, you're at a dance. Okay. I don't want to be rude, mate, but I might have to cut you off because you're having a big party there and it's a lot of noise. So say hello to Rob for me. It's your mate.
That's a hell of a shirt.
That's one of my friends.
Okay, cool. Wait, I think I can mute. It's nice to see him having a night out. Yeah, Mega Leech, good point. Copyrighted music as well. And I don't want to get in trouble.
What I love there is how the ceiling is plaid because of the lights.
Yeah.
Sorry, what are you doing, Pat? No, sorry, there's too much noise. I'm going to have to mute you, and I don't think you even hear me saying I have to mute you because there's so much noise, but that's okay.
Anyway, so what happened was I'm coming out of this supermarket, and I go, do the handout. No, you go first kind of thing.
Hello, Pat's girlfriend. We got to hang out in Melbourne one time, so that was fun. I'm sorry, I've had to mute you because there's too much noise, but it's really nice seeing you. It's great to see you again. And I have no idea if you can even hear me because it's probably really loud where you are with all those people. So, and Ray's had things. So I'm really bad at reading lips. What are you trying to tell me? I've had to mute it because there's so much noise where you are.
My birthday soon.
Happy.
birthday.
Well, okay, if I don't see you before your birthday, happy birthday then. An early happy birthday for you.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
You having a big night tonight?
I'll be 40 next year.
You're young. You're so young.
I say the same.
I've been really well though.
Good.
Well, that's
I'm
important.
glad you've been well. It's lovely to see you.
Yeah. And it's lovely talking to you too.
Yeah, because we haven't talked for a little while, so it's nice to say hello.
Yeah.
All right. I hope you have fun tonight. It looks like a fun night where you are.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is there a band? I think Pat was saying there's like a party or a band or something.
You know what? I just had this wonderful idea of just, that's a confusion where you could just have a band that's called The Band.
There was actually a very big band in the 70s called The Band.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Funny thing is, it could be spelled in multiple ways. It could be BAND, but
BANED, yes.
Yeah, my head thought there was another one, but unfortunately, it's the same. It's the same spelling for two different versions.
Yeah,
because like a band, winning band,
Yeah. It also just makes me think of the comedy group, the Rubber Bandits, as well, which was a neat mashup of terms. But the band were very big. Actually, now we're on the internet. I feel compelled to look them up. I think they were 60s and 70s. They were quite big. They were a rock band formed in 1967.
We
there
got
you
someone
go.
new.
Sorry, who's that? Oh, it's Rob. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Rob. Rob, I had to mute Rob because there's so much noise where you are, and I think you still can't hear me. Great shot of your ear, mate.
I put that difficult rating of an 8 of keeping the what's it?
The glasses on his head.
On his head, yeah.
Hey, Red.
I think Rob's deliberately going somewhere where we can talk.
Oh. Hey, Red. How are you, buddy?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, man. Come here, Pat.
Yay. There we go. It's a bit less noise there now. Nice to see you.
Hello.
See, I'm not red anymore. Pat still calls me red. You'd be better off calling me grey at the moment.
Have you got this on high volume? We can hardly hear him.
Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised. You're obviously on a phone. Also, I do like Alexander's idea for a band name, the Gastric Bandits.
Epic Pat.
Yeah, Red's nice.
Yeah.
He's a man.
But there's, multiple meanings for the Gastric Bandits. And yes, Micro's idea for a band, I'm sure there was a punk band called that.
That's an Australian band, isn't it?
Yo!
What?
Broadway, Red!
Pat, you're going to have to stop calling me red and call me grey because I haven't put the colour in my hair for years.
Angry.
Red, Rob said that.
You say it all the time. You're always in chat, just hi red. I know. Rob might have come up with it, but used to.
When is the next YouTube event down Melbourne, buddy?
I don't know, man. Every time we try and do it, there's another COVID outbreak, so I think we're cursed. So I
don't live in Pakenham now.
You're in Pakenham now. Okay. That's
Yep.
a closer.
Yep, that's why I want to come down and catch up with you guys.
All right. Well, we'll
Take Pat
try
down
and
here.
work something out then.
Oh,
Have an apple.
who's is it?
Mine.
So yes, I met Rob and Pat years ago. Used to come to Melbourne. When we were having big meetups,
Yeah, we used to come down from Maui up to Melbourne.
which is a big trip. Yeah.
That's all right. We bloody love the White Knight. We got to do that again.
Yeah, well, White Night doesn't exist anymore, but there is something happening in June. There's an art festival
When they're
happening in
smoking
June.
vapes.
Get in there, mate. Oh my
He just
god.
smoked vape in his face.
Get in my face. Hey, it's not a cigarette, mate. It's no tobacco, mate. I know.
You got some flavour smoke in your face, Pat. That's
Yeah,
okay.
get in my face. Get in my face.
Well, maybe there's this big Greg's saying it's called Rising. The festival called Rising is on in June, and some of the stuff I've heard about it's pretty trippy. And it looks like we lost them. Okay, things went crazy. We lost the connection. Ooh, look, sorry. Nettie and Nobody are in this fucking chat being horny on Maine. Marco, failing all your sensitivity training, dying at shit you shouldn't. Oh, dude, I'll tell you about it another time. And yeah, Nettie, Pat and mates having a big night, but the phone seems to have cut off. So, and hey, speaking of big nights, Greg, how you doing, man?
Just a quiet night in tonight.
Hello.
Yeah, because you're always out seeing bands, taking photos, and all that sort of thing.
Nothing was. I'm going to a gig tomorrow, so I'm like just taking it easy. And I went to one on Wednesday, so
Nice. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, Greg does a lot of band photography and whatnot, and follow him on the socials. You'll see some interesting stuff from around Melbourne gigs. Also, he's like my source of secret knowledge. I remember back in the day, you knew all the secret back alley bars where you had to sort of go down an alley and go up a flight of stairs and knock on a door and get into the secret place.
yeah, there's still some of that around. There's always new stuff going on.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff that's now closed. So
Yeah. A lot of places didn't survive COVID, which sucked. Wait, look, they're back.
Yeah,
We're
we had a
back
lot
in
of that
the-
as well.
Oh God, now we're getting vape smoke blown on us. Okay. Whatever.
Ooh, cheech.
Oh,
It's funny, Red.
yeah. And Micro, I'll just say at another time I'll give you a background briefing, and you do you, mate, with the laughter. But and also nobody saying not being horny yet. That sounds like a threat. That just sounds like a threat.
Damn, not me. Not me. It's you.
It's not. It's not. He's talking.
I believe a comment like that is preceded by the night is young.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I mean I did actually go. Greg lives in the city. You still live in the city, don't you, Greg?
yeah, you might hear a tram every now and again in the background.
Yeah. So I actually went out in the city, take advantage of Melbourne money the other day, where you get like money back if you go out in the city. Went to a nice Italian place, and then we went to the Berlin bar, which is not that secret, but they do have that fun aesthetic that you have to go up the dark stairs, and then there's a door with a little slit in it that you have to hit the doorbell, and someone looks at you out the slit, and you go, "Come in," and you're in this 80s Berlin themed bar. And it's really funny because we're going like, okay, and because they have a lot of, because they're doing an 80s Cold War thing, they have a lot of Soviet themed stuff there. And in the current climate, all their menus and stuff had stickers saying, "We love and support Ukraine." They didn't want to come across as being pro-Russian. But we're looking at the named cocktails, and we're going like, what do we get? I'm going to get this. And Mrs. Angry's like, I feel terrible saying it, but the one that looks most interesting to me is called Vladimir Putin. Okay. And when they came up to take your order, okay, against our better judgment, we're ordering a Vladimir Putin. and the staff were just like, yeah, no, we named that 5 years ago. It's just like... but it's a good venue. Sorry, Greg, go.
No, did you ever go to the Chinese? There was a Chinese themed bar that had like all Chairman Mao stuff.
I don't know that I went to one that had Chairman Mao, but there's one I went to that was like upstairs in Chinatown, and the decor was definitely 19th century brothel, and is above a restaurant where you could, in terms of food, they just said, "Hey, here's a menu for the place downstairs. You order something, they'll bring it up," which was pretty.
It just occurred to me that, like, when we think of other cultures and the drinks that they have, I mean, obviously it's beer and whatever in Western countries, but which is kind of weird because Australia is a Western country despite being quite far east. But and it's like, okay, Russian vodka, Japanese sake, Chinese.
There are a couple of traditional Chinese drinks.
Right, I'd never known any. That's
No, there's a bunch you can get in Australia. Yeah, plum wine, baijiu,
the white spirit. There's that. Yeah, it's really strong.
White spirit generally is.
Yeah.
How the Chinese beer.
Okay, so Rob's into Chinese beer.
Yeah.
Was it Tsingtao?
Japanese.
No, Japanese is Japanese is Asahi.
What's that?
Chinese,
Canadian Club is not Chinese, Pat. I'm just throwing it out there, buddy. Canadian Club, not Chinese.
Bloody,
Whoops.
Canadian Club. What are you on?
That's fucking freaking.
I love Micro saying he got stuff delivered in very large boxes, so he made a box fort. And I wish I did have pictures of it, because you in a box fort, even with a flag, that's a thing I want to see. Technically, Micro, I'm working from home, so if I got big enough boxes, I can make box forts at home. But
there was a lady yesterday, last night, and I saw something I'd never seen before, and it's like, got to find one on eBay. But it's like, I've got like a banner thing, but there's a couple of people waving with flags, and they had telescopic flags, like the aerial on a car or something like that. And it's like, that's a cool thing. Never seen that before. Need one of them.
Yeah.
I nearly had my eye poked out twice by a little Scouser lady. Well, she sort of had it on her shoulder and she kept moving around like this. and because she's small and below me, it was kind of like pointing up in rather unfortunate angles. And it was quite far over her back, because you got the whole flag behind her. Kind of thing. So but no, she was lovely lady.
Nice. Nettie makes kitty condos out of boxes. That's good. The biggest boxes I've got recently have booze in them, not big enough to make forts out of. I could potentially make kitty condos out of them, though. Mike, you had a flag saying Micro number 1. Yes, we're going to say that's your real name. Micro USB is your real name. So your flag said Micro number 1.
What box?
Nettie, what happened to Pat? So many things happened to Pat. I think he's got rid of everyone else, though. I think he got rid of all the troublemakers. Pat.
What was it here? He's saying, "Give her a butt drink." I'm still here.
All right. So we are on a Friday. Oh, nearly first hour gone. I'm feeling strong.
What, you're not drunk?
You're just accusing me of being on drugs, Pat.
Oh, I think you're not drunk.
Oh,
Yeah, well, I'm
right.
drunk.
No. Well, okay. I'm a little tipsy. I did have an old-fashioned and a martini. This is water, though. I'm trying to be good. This is water.
Okay, Pat.
So Micro's getting ready for work, so see you later, man.
Bye. I've got to know, Pat. What the hell are you doing here? You're at a party and you're chatting with us.
Dance.
Oh, you're waiting to dance? Yeah.
Yeah, dance. Yeah.
What,
What?
is it a band or a disco? Disco dancing coming up. All right. So when the music starts, we'll have to cut you off because YouTube will cut me off if you start playing music. And
it's this. It's that.
dance. It says at the Morwell RSL.
Oh,
Okay.
Look how many cans are coming out of Jack Daniels. Oh man, hey, Swap.
All right. Now I say, Pat, I just want to say you're accusing me of being drunk. You had a Canadian club. Now Jack Daniels is coming out. I don't know that I'm the one who's getting really drunk tonight.
That's Bob.
It's Rob with the Jack Daniel. Okay.
That's Bob.
Mr. Daniels to you.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Mr. John Daniels, Jack to his friends.
James.
It's that.
Mr. John James.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that gonna dance?
Patrick misses you, bro.
All right.
Inside.
Hey, go on. Well, we're just going to sing Light the Candles. So, can you just go tell the DJ if you can sing a couple minutes? I'm just going to stand there and light the candles. If you can sing Happy Birthday again.
What? They're going to sing Happy Birthday. Sorry, there's a noise in the background. I'm just going to mute them again. It's all weird noise going on there. Party things. Yep. I don't see nobody. I feel the loss you feel not drinking alcohol because even a little drink makes you sick.
I'll sit here for a minute, all right?
Oh, yep.
And just I'll put the sparkle hot, all right? I'll get you.
Right, so apparently we're getting a cake and sparklers, which is a bit of a bonus. I didn't know we were getting cake and sparklers tonight. So yeah, I was. I wore one of these shirts to the new whiskey bar I went to, like with Mrs. Angry. And initially, none of the staff said anything. And me and Mrs. Angry were going, yeah, no one said anything about the cocktail shirt. And then the owners came who were more Irish, and they were like, love the shirt, man. It's very... And then when I was up the bar later, then all the young bar staff were saying, oh, cool shirt. And I forget what was on it, but they said, because it's whiskey bar, you need to wear a whiskey one. And I go, okay, I've actually got a whiskey shirt. It's like a handing over an old fashioned. And so next time we go, I'll wear that. And I have, of these new shirts, there's one I haven't worn on a stream before. This one I've worn on a stream before. And I was going to wear the last new one tonight, but it's a really colorful one with all these bottles, and one has a big label saying gin. And Mrs. Angry and I are going to a gin distillery on Sunday. I'm saving that shirt to go there. And I don't know how late it's going to be. So there may or may not be a stream on Sunday night. If there is a stream on Sunday night, you'll see the shirt I'm talking about. I might actually be getting too messed up at a local distillery on Sunday night to do a live stream. So who knows? It's the Brogan's Way Distillery in Richmond. And I went there with Nettie and Abigail, and it's friggin' great. The people there are really nice. And because I talked it up so much, like Mrs. Angry didn't come out with Nettie and Abigail and me, and we were like, and I talked it up so much that I know they're great and whatnot, and so she wants to go. So we are going to go there on Sunday afternoon / evening, perhaps. Safa's late. It was in KFC drive-through for 20 minutes. Good Lord.
What does that distillery do? Just gin, or do they do whiskey as well? Or
no, they don't have a whiskey, but they do some pretty good gins.
Yeah.
And I think they actually do a lot of the liqueurs for the Marionette people as well. Because I have a bunch of Marionette liqueurs, and when I was there, they would just say, "Oh, we actually do a bunch of the Marionette stuff," and they had like these big barrels, and they went, "That's secret stuff. I can't tell you about it." And then about a week ago, Marionette said, "Oh, we've got this new blood orange and hibiscus curacao," and I went, "Okay, that must have been the secret barrels at the Brogan's Way," and I got a bottle of it, and it's super fucking good. I'm really bad with the words. You know when you get some people and they taste something and they just say it's got notes of oak and honey and I'm just like,
it's so pretentious, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm just like, it's nice. I like it. It's good. And but this one, I would say it's exactly what it says. It's orange and hibiscus, so it's like fruity and floral. Really lightly sweet. It's really freaking good. Like I'm thinking, it's one of those ones when you taste the liqueur and went, yeah, man, I could just pour this over ice cream. I could just give myself a polar ice cream and pour some of this over the top and sit there and go num 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 num. It's really
I once
good.
made a mistake with sorbet.
Yeah.
Because I bought some in the idea of that's like ice cream. Having a bowl of sorbet is shit.
Yeah, you have a scoop of sorbet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Bowl of ice cream, scoop of sorbet.
Yeah.
But depends. There's sorbet and there's sorbet. I think store-bought sorbet is not a big thing, but there's one or two specialty places around Melbourne where I've got big fucking cones of sorbet that have a couple scoops on them that were really good.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I tell you what. A good analogy for it is, when you get what were they called? Fonderos or something? I can't remember what they're called. They're like sweets, but they're like really, really, really sugary, and you can have maybe two, but after that you start feeling sick.
Yeah,
it's just too much sweetness.
Yeah,
it's sorbet's a bit like that.
Yeah,
not on the
sorbet is water based. Sorbet is water and sugar, whereas ice cream's milk based.
Yeah,
dairy. Yeah, or
when whoever it was talking about making a kitty fort, I spent 10 minutes trying to find a picture
of a kitty fort.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, it was something similar.
Cat racing. Because they stay in the box.
Yeah. The guy. It must be the same person, because if you look, they look like exactly the same cats in this picture as well. I must say that the second one down is just like, hate you.
Yeah, that's a real expression right there.
Probably because the other one's paws are sticking down. It's like,
it's the second bottom one.
Sorry?
That's the cats.
There's a black one.
Oh, it's there. It's dark.
There's the black cat in there.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Like
Dr. Abigail's got a brain-piercing migraine. That is not good.
Abigail, did you get your 3D printer working?
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, your phone's going skew if Pat. I just had to mute you because it was just making terrible noises.
His phone sounded like someone stuck in the end, sucking up the end of a milkshake with the straw.
Yeah. No, dude, you have to stay on mute because I don't know, your phone's picking up some radio signals or something, and it's too much.
Do you know, I remember when the first mobile phones were like, just everyone was getting mobile phones. And I had a little CD Walkman. So it opened up, you could put a CD in. It wasn't tapes, it was CDs.
Yeah.
And it had anti-vibration, so it was good. You could wander around.
You could move with it, yes.
Yeah. But the problem was that it wasn't shielded against radio interference. And so every third, but I just had to stop using it because every third person had a mobile phone.
Yeah, and you get that
kind of thing, and it's just like, that just drove me mental. It's like, just stop using it then.
You're of a certain age if you remember how mobile phones used to do that interference that went. They don't do it anymore, but.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was like the Bonanza theme, you know, but
oh my God, sorry. You just remind me, on the streaming services, you're used to everything being old, and occasionally they have really weird old shit. Amazon Prime particularly has utterly surreal old stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so you start watching a latest blockbuster like because I love sci-fi, so I'll be watching something sci-fi, and then it'll go, people who watch this also watch. Okay, yeah, there's another sci-fi movie. Oh, there's a sci-fi movie from 10 years ago. There's one from 20. Oh, there's one from the 80s. Holy shit, there's some sci-fi from the 50s, and Amazon Prime literally has some of the stuff that used to be shown at cinemas on Saturdays at matinees in the 1930s, like Buster fucking Crab, Flash Gordon. Amazon Prime has weird shit. And one of the things, you reminded me because you said Bonanza, there was this thing of bloopers, and it's from TV from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And there's the guys from Bonanza, which was the most family-friendly thing. And when they fuck up a line, they just go, fuck you, you fucking cunt. And someone has saved, and because that was all shot on film. That was all shot on film back in the day. And someone has saved the film of the squeaky clean stars of Bonanza swearing like troopers. And it was just like, particularly the guy who plays Hoss, the big dumb son, he would swear like nobody's business. When he screwed up a line, he would just swear, and I'm just like, and there's this thing, it's like 90 minutes of TV bloopers from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and it's like, this is just surreal, watching all these people who have squeaky clean images just swear when they mess up lines on things, and it's like, oh my God. But yeah, it's you just made that pop into my head, Laura.
I remember when we lived in Germany, I was still a kid at the time, and they would put old movies on which weren't actually old, but they felt old, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And of course, obviously, I was a kid as well, so old was a very, wasn't very long
relative term. Yeah,
thing. It's a bit like my brother. My brother once said that he would never watch a film that, that wasn't in color.
Okay,
which is just like, there are so many great movies.
Yes,
that didn't have color.
Yes.
But there was one which was an Australian film called Frog Dreaming.
Wow. Okay.
And that was, and it basically, it was a kid who was the kid who was Elliot in E.T. was the star.
Oh, okay.
And the premise of the thing is basically there's a quarry that's got water at the bottom, and everyone's been talking about this monster or something, the Dunkergen. and
Okay,
that's
sure.
that's the black fella language, description of this
Yeah.
donkey engine. And what happened was that there was like bubbles going down, getting into the thing, and every now and again it would just go like and come out of the water a bit, and then the pressure would go and it'd go back down. But it had like bits of all sorts of stuff on it, so it looked like a monster that was like coming out and stuff. So yeah,
it's also known as a bunyip.
That's the Australian version of Bigfoot or Yeti. Is the bunyip. Lives in billabongs and takes children away. But I also another one I found skipping through stuff on Prime was just weird Australian 70s movies and TV from the 70s. Australia was a wild and lawless place in the 70s. And there's one which I watched the first 5 minutes of, so it would remember I'd watched it. So it's like bookmarking it. There's a movie called Mad Dog Morgan that has Dennis Hopper playing an Irish bushranger, a film that was shot in the 70s in Australia. When I found it, I go, oh my God, they've got Mad Dog Morgan on here. And so I watched 5 minutes, which is the equivalent of bookmarking it. I'm going to go back and watch it. And it's such a low quality transfer. I noticed like in the chat, Safa saying film transfers are good on 4K and Blu-ray. This is a really low quality. It's kind of like you're watching on your big screen TV and streaming, and it looks like VHS in the 90s. It's that level of it's like VHS levels of resolution.
It's the kind of thing that was filmed about that big scale on my screen, but they're making it this the size of the I found the synopsis for this thing. So American boy Cody, his parents died, lives in Australia with his guardian Gaza. Cody is imaginative, inventive, and inquisitive. He builds things in his garage, including a rail bike which he uses to go around. Cody comes along some strange events happening in Devil's Knob National Park, associated with an Aboriginal myth about frog dreamings and bunyips. Terrifying water monsters that prey on humans. Cody tries to investigate. The occurrences revolve around a lake where a bunyip, the locals call Donkajan, supposedly lives. Another myth explored by the children is the story of the Kurditacha man, who acts as a sort of Australian version of the boogeyman, as well as supernatural judge that deals out punishment.
Okay.
But like I say, turns out it's an old donkey engine, an excavator, and all steam shovel used in construction work years ago, and the lake is actually a flooded quarry, and I think actually, if I remember correctly, it was like the chemicals or something like that created the water bubbles, and they would collect in the scoop part, and it was because it was upside down, it was trapping the water, and then it would just appear up and then go back down again. But
our First Nations people have some killer ghost stories. Like Greg was referencing the bunyip earlier, which is the Australian equivalent of Bigfoot or Yeti. There are other great ones. The Min Min light used to scare the shit out of me as a kid. It's literally just the light that comes along and takes children away. And it's just like, okay, cool. When we were out camping and stuff, they used to do it. And the equivalent, actually slightly more malevolent than like the American idea of a medicine man and whatnot, was known as the Yellow Ochre Man, the guy who had terrible powers and could fuck with you. There are, again, First Nations Australians have wicked ghost stories. They're very good. Sorry, and Abigail's asking, is anyone familiar with FreeCAD?
No.
As in computer-aided design? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what it is. I've never tried it because I've got AutoCAD.
Okay.
By the way, I need to ask a question because, you know, unfortunately, I'm ignorant of the situation. You know,
Yep.
I'm from another country, and I don't know. And of course, I've heard Aidsy say the black fellas, you know,
Yep.
meaning Aboriginal. I don't know whether to say black fella is bad or Aboriginal is bad. I don't know what are, you know, the terms I should use.
You probably should just ask individual people, essentially. Again, colloquially, you know how basically, depending on your tone of voice and intention, literally anything can be negative. Like you can call someone gentleman in a particular tone of voice that makes it very clear that you think they're pieces of shit.
Yeah.
If you're down with the flow, black fella, white fella is absolutely legit. But clearly, racists could very easily say black fella in a way that's fucking awful. So the word is not in and of itself bad. Again, the people I grew up with is like black fella, white fella. It's fine. But obviously, racists could say it in a way that's not cool. But yeah, Aboriginal is complex. I don't think many people object to it, but it's kind of got a bit of a colonizer vibe to it as well.
Yeah, and of course, my country being the colonizers.
Yes, you're the
you know,
colonizer. I'm the product of the Greg and I are the product of the colonization.
Well, my
whereas I'm the
family came over
perpetuator.
here on their own willing.
Yeah, whereas me, I'm the perpetuator of it.
Yeah. I don't
Well
think mine
done,
did. I
Britain.
think there's a shit ton of convicts in my history.
Yeah.
But
no,
yeah,
it really comes down to, you know, I mean, like when I was growing up, people said colored people to mean black people, and then that changed, you know, and it's like, oh, okay, right, I need to use different language now, and I don't want to be offensive to anybody at all. You know, in fact, the thing that I worry most about is someone getting the wrong impression. And, you know, like people are sort of, you know, bloody Laura, she really says some racist shit sometimes, you know, and I don't want to end up with that reputation.
Indigenous?
Yeah, I know what you mean. So there are various terms that would be used by different people in different contexts. Indigenous, Aboriginal, First Nations is probably the most respectful. But colloquially, you know, black fella, white fella, if you know you're actually friends with people, is fine. But anything can be used negatively. It's much more about intention than it is about the actual words. But I know I've freaked people out by saying stuff about, you know, black fella, white fella, and they're like, "What? That sounds terrible." And you go, "Oh, I get why it sounds terrible. I do get, and I appreciate that you have a level of sensitivity that you go, that sounds bad." But it's a lot of it's context driven, and so yeah, there's no absolutes. Some people will say they don't like the word Aboriginal. Some people will say they don't like the word Indigenous. You're probably not going to offend anyone with the term First Nations. And saying blackfella, that's a colloquialism. So someone basically has to trust you because there's taking a colloquialism as being friendly rather than derogatory. There's an element of trust there. So, and I'm completely
I picked it up from Aidsy, but then again, Aidsy, I think he's got Aboriginal history.
He does. He actually does have Indigenous heritage, but also he's also AIDSy, and he is just prone to say terrible, inappropriate things. So, for possibly the worst.
I remember one time when you were doing. I'd made a live video out in. I think you were in there a skip or something. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
And sort of AIDSy a couple of times used the word tard.
Oh yeah.
And of course he's using it against himself.
He was referring to himself. Yeah.
Yeah, and
like,
the funny thing is, I've used it myself. I have, in joking terms, referred to because Asperger's, effectively socially a little bit backwards. And so my nickname was Social Retards, which, is awful, but also I'm taking the piss out of myself.
Yes.
My friend also Aspie, so I used to do a live stream with her every now and again, and it'd be just like Social Retards was the thing. It was wrong, but don't matter because it's ours. It's as far as I was concerned, and my friend is concerned, it's the it's the equivalent of black people using the N-word with themselves.
Yeah.
Or I forgot what the other one I was thinking. But anyway, again, same thing.
All of this stuff is context driven. Nothing's absolute, basically. You're talking about a lot of stuff being context driven. And that's where it also it's fraught when people don't understand your context. They don't understand the context in which you're speaking. And again, AIDSy, he's kind of olive complexioned, so people aren't necessarily going to clue in straight away to how complex his heritage is. Also, he's the type of person who doesn't fucking care if he upsets, and he'll occasionally go out of his way to upset. That's like we had this whole, as you said, the sketch which AIDSy insisted on doing and wrote the script for was Kieran feeding of a tardy, and he just insisted on doing it, and I was just like, dude, we are just, oh my God, we are going to be neck deep in it when we do this. And he's like, fuck him. It's come at me, people. And it's just like, yeah, okay, sure. Except they're going to come at me, not you, but that's fine. It's fine. Whatever. But I mean, I did one about the whole thing because I met a comedian at the comedy club way back when I thought I might have a go at actually being like a stand-up comedian. Gave that up a long time ago. But this guy, he was from a black guy from the South in the US. And he's like, we're mates, we're pals, we're buddies. And he literally did the thing like, you should call me ma nigger. And I'm going like, no, dude, no. And he said, but you can, because I'm, I trust you. And I'm like, no, I get that you trust me, but if I keep saying it to you, I will get too comfortable, and then I will say it in completely the wrong setting, and then I'll be fucked. I will be absolutely fucked, because I love that you're saying you trust me and it's an acceptable thing for me to say to you and around you and whatnot. I'm just not going to, because the danger in that is I get too comfortable and then I end up saying it in completely the wrong setting and my shit gets fucked up. And honestly, rightly so. So, yeah. Oh, my God, yes. Nobody, I've always loved that line. I've heard that phrase. When I talked about doing comedy, everyone laughed at me. Well, here I am on stage and no one's laughing now. They use that in the Joker movie, but that line goes back forever. Like, that line's been around. I love that line. It's great. And Safa asking AIDSy, I have been talking to AIDSy. AIDSy, by AIDSy's, God, I'm just looking at my collar is all fucked up. AIDSy by AIDSy standards is pretty good, but his main drama is still the troublesome, dangerous, potentially violent dude they're trying to get rid of. And that shit just keeps dragging on.
Like, so what's going on there?
Oh, in the apartment building that AIDSy looks after, there's a sort of quite unbalanced, threatening, dangerous dude in there. And
Well, that's easy. What about the other guy?
Yeah, I know, right? This is compared to Aidsy. There's another guy who's unbalanced and dangerous and threatening. So you can imagine what he's like.
I don't know. I mean, easy, unbalanced, perhaps threatening, and he's
Okay, we're actually saying it in different terms. Aidsy is literally unbalanced in he falls over a lot. This guy's unbalanced in the mental sense, as in he's prone to do violent and dangerous things. And make.
I was actually using unbalanced in the he's just weird sense.
Yeah. Oh no.
In the same lovable sense, I kind of think of myself as a bit.
Oh yeah. No, but I also love pointing out Aidsy's unbalanced in the purely physical sense, in that he will fall over with great regularity.
But fall asleep standing up.
Yeah, but this, for instance, this guy is threatened because Aidsy has his walking stick and sleep balanced. This guy is threatened to wait till Aidsy's walking down the stairs and come up behind him and make it look like an accident type of thing. But so there is court cases going to try and get rid of this guy, and because this guy's fighting it, it's dragging on. But yeah, so on one level, Aidsy is fine by his standards. He's doing pretty well, but he's not been on the streams and stuff because there's this stressful shit he's trying to resolve. But I've been talking to him and stuff, so yeah, it's kind of funny because I have to explain it. Like on one level, by Aidsy standards, in physical and mental, he's fine, but also there's this weird shit he's dealing with, and he doesn't really he doesn't have the focus to come on the live streams until he's essentially got rid of this guy. So that's what he's facing at the moment. So, all right, I just topped up my freezer martini. Who knows what it tastes like? I'm going to put it back in the freezer and maybe taste it tomorrow night. So,
have you had a water recently?
I have, actually. I may be due for another one, though I had a whole water. I had an old-fashioned, then a martini, then a water. I don't know if I'm due for more alcohol or more water now. I have to think on that. I have to think on if I'm due for water or alcohol. Got to put the freezer martini back in the freezer anyway. So
I was looking at that Frog Dreaming, and Brian May did the original music score.
What did you score for? Sorry.
Frog Dreaming, the movie we were talking about.
Oh, holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. And the director was the same director that did The Man from Hong Kong.
Oh, God.
Which is a classic Aussie film.
Yeah, that's George Lazenby had one run as James Bond and no one liked him. And then they had one more go at him being an action star in a movie called The Man from Hong Kong.
Yeah, well, it was originally meant to be so the guy that did the Hong Kong character in it was meant to be Bruce Lee.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Weird.
But Bruce Lee passed away before the film was made.
Just put these back in here. Oh man, I'm at one of those phases where I look at all my bottles and go, man, there is a lot of bottles there. And
what have you got there, Laura?
Oh, this is a Stream Deck.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Brilliant piece of kit. And you can kit it out for all sorts of things. So I play a game called PUBG, and I have created a profile for that, so you can use different grenades and health packs and things like that. I've even got a thing where you can change the seats. So when I press this, it will go in the seat mode, and I can just press whichever seat I want to go in.
Ooh, nice.
And then press that and back again.
Nice.
So if I want to switch to grenades, instead of having to go into my inventory and move it, I can just press the grenade button, and there you go. It just selects it and pops it into my hand.
I want one of those for Red Dead.
It's great for all sorts of things. For streaming, I mean, that's what I'm setting it up for now.
Yeah.
So I'm just creating a one. So I had an ambulance go by about 5 minutes ago,
Yeah.
and it's like, you know what, I should set this up again because I just built a new computer,
Yeah.
and so I've had to install everything all over again. And
Okay.
so it's like, you know what, I might as well set up one for this. So I'm going to have the mute button, which is exactly like this one. So there it is muted, and then I can press wrong button. There you go, and have it on or off.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use that icon and
Nice.
set it up for that.
Nice.
So if you want, you can see me do it. I'll screen share where we can chat. And,
Nice.
so that's my
Right,
one of
see.
my cameras.
There we go.
So I've just called it StreamYard. And so what happens is you can put a title in it. So I can put Mike or something like that, and you can put it at the top, middle, or bottom, change the text, things like that. Or in this case, I'm not going to have anything. And so if I go down to the bottom of the screen here, I've got Control D makes the camera go. So all I have to do is for hotkey 1, Control D, and then go to this one and sorry, wrong one. I did that wrong. Sorry, let's try that again. Control D, change to this one, Control D, and so now if I press the button on my Stream Deck, it'll have just muted me.
Okay.
Did it mute me?
No, it didn't. But anyway.
No.
Oh, okay.
Nobody.
Okay.
Highlighted
I'll figure
like
it out.
it didn't. Anyway, hey,
But
look.
if you do editing or something, or I mean, let's say you're using something like Photoshop, and you're constantly changing from the zoom in and out, or changing to the magic wand or something, instead of having to hit Control something or move the mouse and select it, you can just press a button.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I need one of those.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it where I've sort of had done like that because I'm doing magic wand and then I'm filling, and then a magic wand and then filling, and then magic wand and then filling, and so on. Well, you just have to keep doing that. Instead, I can just have 2 buttons.
I think what we need is one of those that affects normal, everyday, real life.
You know what?
Hi.
Hello. There was a movie called Switch with David Hasselhoff, which had that as a kind of a theme.
Nice. I had a joke I used online at one point, like, oh no, I've got a block button in real life. It's on the bottom of my boot. Come over here and I'll show it to you. All right, I'm going to excuse myself for una memento, folks. Talk amongst yourselves.
He's going for a nap.
Okay, then.
So how are you two?
Well,
Very
except for
tired.
the bit that yeah. So nobody came down to Melbourne to help me move. He was here for 11 days, and now he's really, really tired.
I can imagine.
Such a huge effort, and I'm really grateful.
You're like a car. You're tired and exhausted.
Yeah. Yes. And unlike a car, I'm on painkillers.
I know how that one is. I went out last night and I was stood up for several hours, and then I ended up coming home and sitting down. And when I got up, it's like, oh, everything hurt.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I think it'll be a little while before my back and I are on speaking terms, but the job's needed doing. I'm not entirely sure how I got through the 10-hour shift.
10 hours,
Because
no stopping.
removalists showed up and we had to get furniture and other items and boxes, and some of the boxes were quite heavy, and we had to get them out of the unit, down the hall, and then through a little fuck warren bloody series of corridors out to a removal truck in the loading bay. Long story short, I was working with the removal guys, and we worked for an uninterrupted 10 hours.
Yep.
God
Which
damn,
was,
10 hours.
10 hours straight. The only break was driving the removal truck to the new place. Oh, I see Zorro. Which means Zorro, his little other furry friend, and the dog, there wasn't a lot of room to sleep. Yes.
Well, yes, they have a bit of an attitude of entitlement to my bed.
Yes. Well, they were following me around the house everywhere.
You totally charmed them. They're all in love with you.
Zorro just sits there and stares at me. I want
That's
something.
really strange
I'm not
because
going to tell
Nessie's
you what
exactly
it
the
is.
same with you.
Yeah, kind of.
And little Scruffles, she kept staring at me too. She just walk into the room, just look at me. So I'd walk somewhere else, and she'd trot along behind me, staring at me.
One of the things I love about cats is when you go out of eyesight and they sort of go like this.
Yeah.
They move their heads so they can see around the corner a little bit, just to make sure you're like where you'd go.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. Yeah.
Little cats were lovely.
The cats are definitely going to miss him.
I'll have to get you a Wi-Fi extender.
Yeah. Yeah. Shaylee wants one too. Shaylee's got a migraine.
Oh
no.
Yeah. The good thing, your Wi-Fi extender, it'll do the whole. Strictly say, I only just read your message. The cats love the hair. Maybe they do. Yeah. The Wi-Fi range extender, it'll just be anything in the house can connect to it instead of the main router, and that will that hopefully will work. It's an older one, so I don't know how well it will work. It only connects to the 2.4 gigahertz band and not the 5. So that might impact the speed. But
I've disappeared.
having shitty reception is going to affect the speed. So Frozen, look, you're back. You might do better with your laptop on the other side because you'll have better line of sight to the router.
That's right. Oh, she's going to reconnect, I think. Dr. Abbott going for migraine twins. But,
yes. So, there was something weird happened with the trams today. So I got on the tram that I needed, and it got to where it would normally turn around a corner and start heading towards the the city centre where I needed to be to get on the coach to catch the fucking plane. And this indecipherable PA came over. Something about going directly to one destination. Somebody queried the driver and they said, no, it's not going to Collins Street. And I'm going to Collins Street. This is a problem. So I got off the tram, and sure enough, it didn't go where I needed it to go. So I went round the corner. I go, there's other trams that go past here, like 4 trams in a row that normally would have come around the corner. They all fucked off somewhere else. And I'm going, this is a problem.
Are the trams going where I need to go today?
So eventually I went, fuck this shit, and started walking. And then a tram came around the corner and I went, fuck shit. Hightail it back to the tram stop with the fucking bag. So by the time I got to the airport, the only reason I made the flight is because the flight got delayed by 40 minutes.
Oh,
I
God.
arrived after the flight was scheduled to leave.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a panic, isn't it?
Now, I wouldn't really mind missing the flight if I wasn't already on my way to the fucking airport. I'd just go, oh, more time with Nettie. It's a win. Fuck it. But no, I'm already on my way there. So, it's like, fuck. So, yeah, fucking hectic. And then when I get off the plane, all the dramas with the churchies and other shit decides that I need to know about it all in intricate detail so I'm just going, can I just get on the next plane back to Melbourne? Fuck this shit. I'll do another 10 hours moving stint to get away from this fucking shit.
No, I get where you're coming from there. Definitely.
So after I did not get a refund, I overheard some radio chatter, and I thought I heard them talking about anti-vax protest marches. So basically, the anti-vaxxers were the reason I nearly missed my flight. Now, I know there's probably not any anti-vaxxers watching this, which is a shame, because I'd like to say to all you anti-vaxxers out there, I hope you get COVID, and I hope it fucks you up, you cunts.
They usually do protests on Saturday. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard right, because,
Actually, Ali thinks it's possible that it was her protest that fucked up your tram.
Oops.
The
climate
school strike for climate.
Well, at least that's a worthy cause. At least that's a worthy cause. If it was her protest that fucked up the trams, at least I was inconvenienced for something worthwhile.
Yeah.
I can at least justify that. So if it was her, all is forgiven. Because I agree.
That's right.
By the way, I figured out how to get it working. I can now do the mute.
Oh, yeah, that works.
I have to have the page selected.
Okay.
So I can't be looking at something on another screen. It's got to be on this page. You do that all the time, you
Yeah,
so
and?
You long-haired Vulgarian as opposed to the short-fingered one.
Oh, dear.
Yes, I am fluent in swearing.
Yeah.
It occurred to me that I believe I may have become a trans activist yesterday.
Yeah, I think you are somewhat of an activist, Laura. Definitely.
Yeah.
And strictly Sega, I think you're right. It's got to the point where the overwhelming majority, and I mean like more than 95% of the population, when they see some fuckery on people who say, I'm protesting because of COVID, XYZ, people go, fuck you. Yeah. I feel like 95% of the population is telling them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, well, like I said, regardless of whether it was the anti-vaxxers or a legitimate protest, fuck the anti-vaxxers.
The thing about COVID is that, it may not necessarily kill you, but it could fuck you up for quite some time, like maybe forever. Because one of the things it does is attack the lungs. That's been one of the major things,
And the brain and the pulmonary system.
Yeah.
It's
and
not,
your dick if you're a guy. So,
it's not desirable.
No.
It's bad.
Do you know what I think the anti-vaxxer thing comes down to? I mean, we've got Andrew Wakefield and stuff, but the people like that before. What I think it comes down to is the generation gap.
Yeah.
So old people, my grandparents' age, they, even my mum, would have known kids who died from childhood illnesses, mumps, measles, rubella, those sorts of things. But thanks to vaccinations, my generation has never had to know anything like that.
Yeah.
Never ended up having, there was a kid at school who had, what are they called? Metal braces on their legs because, they were damaged by measles.
We don't. The reason why you don't see iron lungs around and why parts are impossible to get for iron lungs is because we don't generally fucking need them anymore.
Yeah. So
there is still one in use in the world.
Yeah.
Mm.
But like I say, so I think that, well, that's never been a thing, so it's obviously not a thing. I have no experience about this, so therefore it's irrelevant now. Well, that's that's a bit like I was saying about black and white movies. My brother's saying, I won't watch black and white movies, they're rubbish. And it's like, well, actually they're not. And it's just, he's just dismissed them out of hand because that's not something inside his memory.
Yeah. Nostalgia, it sounds like this is actually one of the things that I've noticed about political conservatives quite often is they talk about how things were when they were growing up. So basically, everything that they had was when they were growing up was fought against by the previous generation of conservatives. But they're quite okay to benefit from that. They just don't want to progress any further.
Mm.
If only they could see that, maybe they'd grow a brain.
The thing about it is the comforting status quo, works. Like for example, I said earlier about when I was a kid, I learned that you don't call black people colored people anymore. That's not a thing. We changed that now. And I bet there's some people going, oh, that's just because they've got to start thinking in a slightly different way.
Yes, and
it gets harder as you get older. Like the brain doesn't want to make new neural pathways and whatnot. It is actually harder. And if they've got a bit of dementia coming on,
yeah. I mean, it's neuroplasticity, isn't it?
Yeah, but for the people who've got dementia coming on, you can kind of make some allowances going, okay, that person is actually becoming incapable of changing. But for the rest of us, there's actually a very good reason, other than just not offending people, to want to try and change how we speak. And that is quite simply because when you try and learn more things and you apply yourself mentally to things, you actually improve your brain's physical health.
Yeah.
So conservatism is literally unhealthy.
Mm-hmm.
I think they know that. They just want us to shut up.
Yeah, but we're not
telling me
to.
I'm not allowed to.
Yeah, look, it is. I'll admit, it is really, really difficult when you've got, your own life experience worth of doing things, understanding a certain way, and suddenly someone you don't know anything about turns around and says, we should probably do this differently, think differently, speak differently when you've grown up thinking a certain thing. Some of the things that people used to think, you wonder how they could ever justify it. Like racism, for example. But other little things like terminology. When you've grown up with a certain terminology and it was never considered offensive and you didn't mean it in an offensive way, and someone says, we've kind of got a more of an understanding and, that doesn't tell the story well, it tends to marginalize, it's offensive to people. And you go, it never used to be, why is it now? So that is kind of part of the battle. So are conservatives selfish? In the sense that from every group of people, there are selfish people in there. Yes, some of them are. Could I say that all conservatives are? No, I couldn't.
I don't think you can make sweeping statements about anybody, really.
It's not healthy to make sweeping statements. So are all conservatives selfish? No.
Yeah, I mean, really, it comes down to, I don't know all of them, but an awful lot of them are. That's really.
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I think some people are definitely selfish, whether they're conservative or call themselves progressive. But yeah, I don't think I have the right to make that call. I think they're misguided, but they think I'm misguided. So yeah.
You get some conservatives whose whole worldview is, I got mine, fuck you, and
Yes.
that's
You call those
inherent.
people boomers.
Yeah, that's inherently selfish. Where some people, their conservatism is literally a resistance to change, and there's not necessarily a negative or malicious element to that.
Yeah.
It's just like I am opposed to radical change. But there's definitely a strain of conservatism. You get people who will openly say selfishness is a good thing. I mean, I'll go right back to the old Wall Street movie in the 80s. Gordon Gekko, greed is good. There is a certain strain of conservatism that says self-interest, greed, and selfishness advances people's good. Oh, Justin's joining us. Hey, Justin.
Hello.
On the subject of selfishness, hi Justin, by the way. On the subject of selfishness, it can be a bit of a balance to find.
Sorry, I was just saying we've got an echo happening at your end, Justin. Yeah.
That was
you probably got the live stream still running.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah,
there we go.
It's difficult to find the balance. Much
I had
better.
live playing something in the background.
Yeah.
So I had live playing twice.
Yep. Yeah, that'll do it. So how do we find the balance between self-care and selfishness? Because self-care is, you have to defend your own interests to a point. You have to look after yourself to a point. I always say you've got to keep a little bit of yourself in reserve for you, or there won't be any for anyone.
It really comes down to self-interest is fair enough, but fuck you, I'm all right, Jack, is not
that's selfish
response.
Yeah, I agree. I think probably as a rough guide, like self-care, it would be an example of self-care would be, I'm sorry, I can't do any more for you today because I just don't have the spoons for it. Selfishness would be, I don't care if it inconveniences you. I'm doing what I want right now. But again, there's grey area even across that because, well, you know why. There's heaps of examples. So it's complicated. But I think intention's a big part of it.
Yeah. And I think when you say complicated, I think that's the important thing.
Yes.
Horrible people often refuse to see nuance and complication. People who see things in incredibly simplistic black and white terms, normally a really bad thing.
Yeah. A lot of people on, particularly modern conservatives, seem to see things a little too simply. Don't recognize how complicated and how much grey area there is. Again, not across the board, but a lot of conservatives I've met and seen on the television for sure, politicians, for example, tend to see things in very black and white terms. And they don't make allowances for the fact that it's not fucking simple.
Yeah, people who can't see nuance, people who can't see subtlety, people who can't see grey, that's not limited just self-proclaimed conservatives. Some people declare themselves on the left
also
have problems with it too.
Oh yes.
In some people, also, it's a sign of trauma because it's called black and white thinking. And literally, because they are in a fight or flight state of mind constantly, or perhaps their mind has been frozen there from a trauma. They can't see nuance. But
it's quite
they
true.
would also have a whole bunch of other symptoms as well, not just being, stubborn and bloody-minded.
It's why I said a couple of live streams ago, and I'll rephrase the way I said it because I was rightfully criticised for the way I said it. I was just into that fucking frame of mind that time. But a lot of right-wing people, I think, are genuinely impaired. Not to the point of actually having like a medically recognised disability, but I think they're actually lacking capacity.
I think there are some that are terrified of change.
Oh yeah. Well, Laura, I'm sure you relate with this. We like stability. We don't necessarily process change very well. We struggle with it.
Yeah, I like to be able to anticipate what's going to happen.
Yeah, we tend to thrive with more constants when there's things that are changing. We struggle to cope with it now. Quite recently, and I won't go into too many details because it would be disrespectful, but quite recently I've seen the effects of change on neurodiverse people. People in my church, people closer to home. I've seen big changes and the significant effects it's had.
Yeah, it's and it can, depending on the person's maturity and their abilities, and the things that they've learned in their life, it can come out pretty bad. It can become expressed in really destructive ways, or it can.
Well, pure example is the anti-trans bullshit that's been going on. I mean, trans people have been using women's bathrooms for decades.
Yeah.
And yet there's this whole moral panic going on about, trans people can go into women's toilets. They could do something, which,
I think,
that idea.
Some of that is manipulative cult bullshit.
Oh,
I
yeah.
agree.
They're calling themselves churches, but they're not really. They're just manipulative cults.
Yep.
Using trans issues to scare the congregation.
Yeah, and
I mean, one of the things that's happened in the UK, probably have it in Australia, I wouldn't be at all surprised, is that the right-wing anti-trans groups have been schmoozed by the right-wing evangelical crowd.
Oh,
and
yes.
The irony of it is that the reason why they're putting, resources and money into these anti-trans groups is because they lost the war on gay people getting married.
Yeah.
And so now it's like, right, we're going to go after the trans people because they're the ones that, And the thing about it is, these really right-wing evangelical types, they would quite happily, mentally, you can imagine them rubbing their hands with glee at the idea of these lesbians going to hell.
Oh, yeah.
They might also be rubbing something else with glee when they think of the lesbians going to bed.
I just want to say, for every Christian out there who wants to talk about someone going to hell, for every Christian out there who wants to talk about people going to hell, go back and read your Bibles. You don't get to say that. There was just recently a piece of scripture read, because the Anglican Church is pretty big on scripture. Do not Do not say in your heart or in your mind who is going to ascend, for that is to bring Jesus down. Do not say in your mind or heart who is going to descend, because that is to lift Jesus. It's basically saying you don't get to make the call. So everybody out there who wants to
Jesus is the one that's in charge of who goes to hell and who goes to heaven, even if you believe hell exists.
And in the scripture, it also tells us very clearly that Jesus descended and set the captive free. So people who want to imprison you by using the faith are basically antichrists, and they just don't know it.
Yeah, but you can tell with these people who probably simply haven't read the Bible, but if they ever did, they didn't take the message in at all, because you get these people who are saying the literal opposite. And my personal favorite is the prosperity gospel about you should be rich and greedy, when the one thing the New Testament says very clearly, rich, greedy people, no, they're bad.
There was I've talked about this passage before, and I'm sure you probably remember it because it's the sort of thing that sticks in your mind, I reckon. So it's actually fairly clear. Yes, strictly saying it, exactly. Jesus also said, "Whoever comes to me will never be turned away." Jesus embraced everyone. That's quite right. Anyway, this we've all heard, about it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man. Now that goes on to say, when Jesus says all these things that no one can save themselves, and some of the disciples go, "Hey, well, who can save themselves? With all these rules?" And he said, "Well, what's impossible for man is possible for my Father." So God can save everyone, and there's enough stuff in there to suggest that he does save everyone. So, but anyway, there was another. I keep derailing my train of thought. Now I can't remember what the passage was.
Was it follow on? The follow on was who goes to heaven, who goes to hell. Jesus is in charge.
Now I remember what it was. There was a story about because Jesus' earliest disciples, all the followers after Christ is said to have ascended, they were all fucking red raggers. They were communists. They didn't own shit. In fact, they sold all of their things. They sold all of their things. They pulled all the money together in a commune, and then they distributed according to need. So they were very equitable. One guy kept some for himself, and then he lied about it. He died. Now there's conjecture over, whether or not he died because he lied about it, or because he was greedy. But either way, he died, and he was the greedy one. So I think that says something about the treachery and dishonesty.
Yeah, I quite like a thing Stephen Colbert said, because he's a Catholic, and from a faith point of view, he's a slightly conservative Catholic. But on one of his, like Tonight shows, he's going, we're talking about the gay rights, gay marriage, all that sort of thing. I think it's important at this point I bring up what Jesus said about the punishment gay people would face. I'd like to, but there is literally nothing in Scripture where Jesus criticized gay people or said they would be punished for anything. There is nothing, and anyone who tells you there's anything in Scripture that criticizes gay people, they're lying to you. It's just like...
Yeah, well, I've heard of some passages that people will bring up, but the thing is that those things can be interpreted in different ways. Like the Sodom and Gomorrah story, it's like, well, there are different ways you can interpret Sodom and Gomorrah as to what it actually means.
But any arsehole who talks about like the book of Leviticus, Jewish book of law in the Old Testament, which a particular translation says thou shalt not lie with a man as with a woman, that is an abomination. Other people say a more accurate translation would be
not
that
lie
it
with a
shalt
boy.
not lie with a boy, as in it's an anti-pedophile
And
line. Not
and again, it's actually there's a context behind that too, and you have to understand history to understand the Leviticus thing. Believe it or not, there were temple prostitutes. There was all kinds of really sick abuse going on, and that's what it was talking about. It was talking about abuse. It wasn't talking about consensual relationships. It was talking about and Sodom and Gomorrah. I'll just touch on Sodom and Gomorrah really quickly. You only need to read the full passage, and that one's already explained away. It's got nothing to do with sex. That's easy. You just need to read that full passage. I've read it. It's got nothing to do with sex.
Yeah. But someone who also selectively wants to say that bit of Leviticus means gays are bad. Dude, you can't pick one bit. Leviticus also says you can't wear mixed fabrics and you can't eat shellfish, you know.
And there's a whole lot of Jewish law. You know what Jesus had to say about divorce? When they were quoting Moses, right? You know, now Moses, of course, significant Jewish figure, and they were quoting him, and Jesus just said, now think about the wording here very carefully. He said, Moses gave you that law because of the hardness of your hearts. He didn't say God gave that law to Moses to give you. He said Moses gave you that law. Now he's talking about saying that a man could just divorce his wife. So Jesus basically just said that Moses made something up.
Ooh.
Well, yeah.
There is one bit that does kind of frustrate me, a Jesus thing, and that was the bit about it's Matthew 7, the bit about hypocrisy, and he was talking to the what were they called, Pharisees, and calling them hypocrites. And basically, what had happened was that Jesus didn't wash his hands before you eat, which was what you should do, kind of thing. Yeah, and it's like, but the thing is, you really should wash your hands. I mean, you know, now
again,
this is a religious custom, or just basically, you know, don't scratch your ass and then eat with your hand.
There's a reason. There's a reason. You know, like again, it comes down. It's not simple. So, for very obvious reasons, yes, you should wash your hands before eating, because otherwise you're probably going to end up with parasites in your body and get sick from things. But the reason that Jesus was saying, well, you're all hypocrites for having a go at us for not ritually cleaning, is because they were obsessed with the letter of the law, and they were saying, oh, you know, you're going to be spiritually unclean because you didn't wash your hands. And Jesus is going, bull fucking shit. What enters your body does not make you spiritually unclean. The shit that you spout, hate that you that you project onto people, and because all of these Sadducees and these other fucking religious asshats were being the very people that we still see in the Christian church today. And Jesus was saying, you guys are fucked. You completely overlook the whole reason for these customs and rules. So get fucked. All of you.
And also customs is, there's one about what was it? Jesus says something like, if you look at a woman with lust, you've already committed adultery in your heart. And the thing about it is, people have, with a modern thinking, projected that into, looking at a woman with lust, and it's like, see, here's the thing. There's a context to that.
Yeah. Well, the way I see it, sorry, go on.
Let me just say first. So the context behind it is, in that societal system, you would either be married to someone, or because it's talking about guys, isn't it? Right. So you're either going to be married, or there was arranged marriage. So you've been betrothed to someone else. It may not be now, but so effectively, it's like you're betraying your marriage or to-be marriage you know, by doing that. It's not saying that, you know, like looking at someone with lust. I mean, how the hell do two people get together without looking at each other with lust? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Nettie, nobody. What do you have to say on this?
Well, the way I see that thing about, you know, yeah, if you've thought about doing it, then yeah, maybe you might as well doing it. A lot of what Jesus was saying was not necessarily to ridicule you for what you think, although I can certainly understand why people would think that think otherwise. But I think it's really just pointing out, come on, you don't criticize somebody else for something you've at least thought of doing yourself.
I think part of it is thought crime. They're basically trying to project thought crime. Jesus said thought crime is bad, effectively.
Jesus was saying don't judge.
Yeah.
I like time and time again, Jesus is saying don't judge. And it's funny because we use the way that Jesus told us not to judge for judging people.
Mm-hmm.
We're
you
very
know, and
good.
not only that, it's, you know, also stuff like the story of the Good Samaritan. The Samaritans were like the worst of the worst kind of thing, and yet
and he called them good.
You know, some guys like destitute at the side, and he comes and he helps. He stops to help where other people are walking, change to the other side of the road because they don't want to be, you know.
Yeah, don't want to be. Which they're not doing their duty according to their own custom. And the Samaritan, the person who doesn't worship, like you said, they were the lowest in society. They were the nobodies. You know, no one fucking loved them, because they were considered ritually unclean. And Jesus said that person just did the good thing. The Samaritan was the good person there. Be like that Samaritan. Don't worry about your customs and your rituals. Just be good to each other.
Yeah.
What they must ask, really.
Yes. Action over words, basically.
Safa, in answering your question, do Jewish faith people, so people who stick to the Jewish faith, do not accept Jesus as the Son of God because he didn't say what they wanted him to say, basically. So they just didn't believe that. They just don't believe he was the real thing because it didn't tell them what they wanted to hear. They believed that Jesus was that their savior was going to come and wage war against their oppressors and all that. And then Jesus came along and said, "We want peace." So, well, you're not him then.
Yeah, an interesting point.
I'm oversimplifying it. There's more to it than that. Just to
having been raised Catholic. And so Christians are waiting for the second coming, and you might think Christians are really patient, having waited 2,000 years for the second coming. The Jewish people, they're still waiting for the first coming of the Messiah.
Yeah, they're very patient.
That's some motherfucking patience right there.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I should say, considering I just made a pretty gross generalization against every Jewish person on the planet, that it is actually a gross oversimplification of what the Jews believe. You know, it's sorry.
There
Jewish people.
There is such a thing as a messianic Jew.
Yeah.
So,
living in the Bagel Belt here in Melbourne, which is the most Jewish area of Australia, the inner eastern suburbs from St Kilda through to Brighton, which is the most Jewish area of Australia. There are absolutely messianic Jewish cults in this area.
I pretty much left myself wide open. If somebody had based on those comments I made earlier, if somebody had wanted to accuse me of making anti-Jewish statements or really gross generalizations, they kind of have a pretty strong case.
You know, one of the things that always makes me chuckle, because like I say, I'm an atheist. I can't say I'm like an activist or anything, but I've got good arguments if someone, because I don't push my atheism on other people. I'll have a nice, polite conversation of why I disagree, but I generally try not to hold things against people because a lot of the time it's like indoctrination and stuff like that, and it's comforting to continue to believe something that you want. I don't know. the psychology involved. But either way, I judge people on what they do and how they behave, not because of what they are or what they believe. It's effectively, do they use that belief against other people? Well, in that case, yeah, screw you. I will run you through a ringer slowly. But the kind of bullshit that I see, like, for example, there are the evangelical Christians, and I always say evangelical Christians because they kind of be the right-wing lunatic types.
They're the enemy of
all everybody's lives, including anybody, in their church as well. But but what's evangelical Christians will have dubbed April the 1st as Atheist Day, because the fool has said in their heart that there is no God, and April Fool's Day and the atheists are fools, and it's like, yeah, well, screw you. And the Americans, the American atheists, basically they have a convention that they have on the weekend of April the 1st, just to basically do the middle finger to the evangelical crowd. It's like, yeah, it's Atheist Day. It's great to be an atheist, kind of. So, our reasons for not believing, and we think they're valid. But an example of
You're
where
absolutely entitled to not believe.
Yeah, but an example of the evangelicals trying to say, God exists. God exists because I've read Romans 1, and Romans 1 says, that they knew God. They just, they were they denied in their unrighteousness, or whatever it was, denied the truth in their unrighteousness. That's the phrasing. Thing about it is, though, it's like, for every one thing it says positive, another thing says, yeah, no, actually, because they obviously misunderstood it, or they hadn't read the bit, or, sort of didn't remember that bit, So the Romans 1 are, everybody knows God exists. The reality is that actually Paul was writing. So Romans 1 is Paul writing to the church in Rome, because the whole temple prostitution thing you were saying about earlier, that people were slipping, the Christian church in Rome was slipping into some old pagan, customs. And it's like, look, I've been planning to come over, but I haven't got around to it. But I've heard, you've had people haven't been living a righteous lifestyle, and this has got to end. That's basically all it is. But he's talking to that audience. He's not talking to everybody. He's not talking to someone in an Amazonian tribe that doesn't even know that, white people exist or something. I mean, doesn't mean everybody. But in 1 Corinthians, which is 15:34, awake to righteousness and sin, not for some have not the knowledge of God. I speak this to your shame. Which is basically saying there are some people you've not preached it to. This is, you should be doing better. That's what that is. Well, the thing is, if everybody knows God exists, and yet for some have not the knowledge of God, well, these are opposite things.
They are indeed.
Maybe you've got the Romans 1 thing wrong, because it wasn't an audience for everybody. It was an audience for that small group.
Anyone who claims
Bit of a monologue there, I apologize.
Does not have contradiction in it, hasn't read it. Even our priest here will tell you the Bible contradicts itself.
Yeah.
Because he is a biblical scholar. He is an expert. He knows the damn thing. Hello, Abigail.
One of my favorite things to read is the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. It has all the contradictions in it.
There is so I've got two things on the resurrection. On the
Hi, Abigail.
Hi, Abigail.
Hello.
Did you get your 3D printer working yet?
Yes, I did. And I've been printing lots of things. Excellent. I got it so finely tuned. It's ridiculous. It's great.
Wonderful.
Anyway, so I have sort of a two little stories here. So I had a chat with someone whose username used to be Christian Anarchist. He started calling himself RC Apologist, as in Reformed Christian, but RC Roman Catholic, which isn't what he is, but created a bit of confusion for himself.
He's not RC.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, what happened was he said that he's trying to be an apologist. And the problem is, so I had a chat, and I'm basically saying, look, there are contradictions in the Bible. You look at the resurrection accounts. How many women went to anoint the body? 1, 2, 3, or more than 3? How many angels were the tomb? Was it 1 sitting, 2 standing, or is it none because that was the one where he's outside? And so he's like, there are no contradictions. Well, these are contradictions. No, they're not. Okay, look. Let's get it simple. Is there 1 angel or 2 angels? So 1 is a value of 1, isn't it? Yes. 2 is a value of 2, isn't it? Yes. Okay. 2 and 1 are not the same thing, are they? No. So they contradict each other, don't they? The values. Yes. Okay, so let's go to angels. 1 and 2 are different things, so they contradict each other. No. And it's like,
Yeah.
And ultimately, I had to ask him. He said, I got to ask, have you actually read all the Bible? And he kind of paused and then said, no. And it's like, and I was really annoyed at him. And it was because of his personal dishonesty, Yeah. Because what it was, he was basically trying to pass himself off. His theme was Bible inerrancy. Well, how can someone have a position of Bible inerrancy if they haven't read it yet to see whether it's inerrant or not? It's not like I want him to give up Christianity. If he reads the Bible, I just need to finish this up. I'm almost done.
Okay, good.
What I want him to do is read the Bible at least once, even if it's just to get because he was trying to read it in one go and have looked into all the apologetics and all the bits that overlap in each other and stuff like that, which is a really hard way to go on, and I liken it to like Star Wars fans. They go to watch the new movie and then, and the first time they get the story. And after that, they're looking for all the little things,
nuances, so on.
The Force Awakens, the Millennium Falcon. Oh, it's got a big rectangular radar dish on the front because it got smashed off in Return of the Jedi, that kind of stuff. They're looking for all those nitty gritty details. And so it was like, it is personally dishonest to take a position of Bible inerrancy if you haven't read it to see whether it's inerrant or not. And if he reads it and he comes to the conclusion he still thinks it's inerrant, okay, we can have a conversation with that. If he comes to the conclusion, okay, it's not inerrant, but I still believe Jesus died for our sins and rose from the dead, and etc., that's fine too. I don't want him to give up his Christianity. I just wanted him to be honest about what it says, and he hadn't read it to see what it said, and it's like, no.
Some people are insecure about their ideas, and so they can't have any of it challenged because they feel like the whole lot's going to topple. Now, Abigail raised her hand, so let's graciously pass the talking stick to Abigail.
I was just going to say I didn't come here to talk about religion. I don't have the spoons to talk about anything heavy.
Yeah, and I posted the link again because Grasshopper was apparently there.
And if Grasshopper could join us, that would be excellent, because I was actually I was walking home today just thinking, geez, it'd be good if Grasshopper joined the stream. I haven't spoken to him in forever, and lo and behold, he appears in the chat.
Yeah,
and
for some reason,
and I've had a shitty week. I've been really struggling with depression this week. So it would just fucking make my day if Grasshopper hopped on and no stress, dude. If you can't, you can't. That's fine. But how cool would it be if he popped in just to say hi? That would be ace.
Can we talk about real estate?
I was going to talk about something about gravity, but obviously you don't want to talk about anything heavy, so that kind of went out the window.
Well, I mean,
that was a joke. That was a joke.
You need mass and gravity to have weight.
Oh, I've definitely got.
To be heavy.
Really
I've
go.
got mass and gravity all under my nose. It's awful.
Oddly enough, the more massive a star gets, the smaller it is. Until it becomes a black hole.
Moving on. Is Grasshopper around still?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. We have never been able to work out what the hell is causing the issue that I can't see Grasshopper's chat on YouTube. It doesn't make any sense.
I saw it.
If I
In
had
here,
accidentally
in
blocked
here,
him, or he had accidentally blocked me, he couldn't show up on the YouTube chat at all. But everyone else can see him. It's logically inexplicable, and we've never been able to work out what the issue is.
I've got the YouTube stream still open, but paused. The video paused, but I can see the comments on the YouTube thing.
Yep. And I can't.
I saw Grasshopper's comments on the YouTube thing,
Yep.
but not here, not on StreamYard,
Yep.
which is
And
weird.
I can't see YouTube, Grasshopper's stuff. So what he normally does is pick up the link I put on Facebook because he can see it on Facebook.
I might text him.
He can't see.
Good idea.
He can't see chat from me either. It's absolutely weird and inexplicable. And we've.
I hope his
never
number
been
is
able
still the same.
I think the only thing I've ever been disappointed with Grasshopper is that the last couple of times he's been on, it's like I can't chat for too long, and it's like because it's lovely to chat to him, you know.
Yeah. Oh, you're a great guy. Maybe he couldn't stick around tonight.
Mm.
I'm just going to have a quick look back.
Yeah.
There was only one message in the live chat. He just said, "Evening, everyone." He hasn't said anything else. So.
He's probably working. He does work weird hours, and he's probably just gone onto a job and has us in the background.
Yeah, so he might not be able to.
It's funny if he was listening to us and we're talking about him like this.
Anyway, Abigail, I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling and that you're having a downtime. That is not nice at all. And I wish there was something.
It kind of sucks.
I wish there was something I could do to pick you up. Something we could do.
Set me up on a blind date with your sister or your mum or your good looking female friend, or like just
She's thinking about Grasshopper's wife again, isn't she?
I'm close to a product launch, by the way.
Awesome.
My first Etsy store is going to be. I mean, you can't really see, but this is a prototype of the embedded magnets. This is like poster hangers. You blue tack one side to the wall instead of blue tacking the poster, and it saves the poster from having blue tack stains. And I've got a version. I'm just trying to find it on my desk. It's a command strip version.
Nice.
So you put the command strip on the back and the magnet. This is the early prototype. The magnets aren't embedded, and it's quite strong. I've got really strong magnets. So that's going to be my first product. So this is the non-command version, and this is the command version.
That is a kick-ass idea. You know what, Abigail? All property owners with rentals, that rent properties out, should just put thin metal strips at picture frame height in all rentals. And then you got to hang up a picture, stick a magnet on it, fucking sort it. And they could
this will work just equally on fridges as well. Like, but that's cool. Anytime any property owner is worried about blue tack or paint stripping on walls, just put up a few fucking metal rails. Just
and then
such a good idea.
No damage.
So I got a response back from.
Yeah, don't forget to do some in white plastic.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I've got some. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's something.
yeah, I have to buy some white PLA because the white I've got is in ABS. Sorry, not ABS. PETG, and it's I want to do these in PLA.
What's that you're
It's a
trying
bit
to show,
cheaper.
Justin?
All right.
I've
this
got a
in
response
water
from
damage?
Grasshopper, by the way.
Oh,
All
good.
right.
But
Talking
you
about
go,
real estate
Justin.
agents. So, I'm currently moving out of the house that I'm currently in, and I just so happened to had a random routine inspection that was scheduled to happen anyway, and I got told that I had to fix the bathroom architrave, which is here in this photo. This is what it looks like currently, and I was able to find what it actually looked like when I moved in.
Yeah.
Here.
So basically, they're trying to fuck you.
Yeah, and if you look at the corner here.
Yeah. No, you should absolutely fight that. But not least the idea of charging you as a tenant for water damage, which is a structural thing in the fucking building, is ridiculous.
That's fucked.
Yeah.
Fuck those cunts.
Do you want to know on a sort of similar stupid things in showers? I had my house association. They went and put wallpaper in the bathroom.
Which is a bad idea.
Yeah, a wet room where it's going to get warm and moist. You know,
my uncle,
which is exactly what you do if you want to remove wallpaper.
My uncle, when he owned a house, I think he still owns the house. He put carpet in his bathroom.
I've seen bathrooms with carpet before. Yeah, it's just like
It's like, do you actually want mold in your house? Like, that's how you get mold. So I got a response from Grasshopper. He said, no sooner than he came onto the stream, a friend of his came by with a busted laptop.
Oh,
so he's busy. Okay.
So he's busy. So
you know something, friends with computer problems are a pain in the ass because not only do they want you to do it, not only do they want you to do it for free, but you always end up with the one computer that doesn't seem to work like anything else. It's got technology that's like 10 years out of date. And it's like, I'm sorry, nobody uses an IDE hard drive anymore. Nobody does this.
I refuse to work on Apple products anymore. I refuse to do it because they're just so much harder to fix. Although I still have fond memories of cracking the encryption on an encrypted Mac hard drive. That because a friend of mine, their mother passed away, and they were left with this encrypted hard drive, and didn't know what to do with it. And the geniuses, which is the most ironic name ever, at the Apple bar, couldn't unencrypt it. And so I said, "Give it to me. I'll give it some time. All it takes is time." And I actually did it on my laptop, which has a decent graphics card in it because it's a gaming laptop, and like let it go for a weekend, and it just crunched numbers, like just hacking this password. And literally, like at the end of that weekend, I'd put this gaming machine, that my desktop, with a 2080 Super in it, and it did it in like an hour.
Nice.
And cracked the password, and I unencrypted the hard drive for them. So
I hope you
new hardware.
I hope you don't mind, but I've just gone and built myself a new computer, and I just want to show you the specs on it. So you can have a look. So, Angry, do you want to share this screen?
Strictly Sega, working on 486s. Fond memories.
Those things were business.
3900. Nice.
Yeah, Ryzen 9.
Yeah.
32 gig of RAM,
What?
2 different ones.
Yeah. Why have you got the mismatched RAM?
It's only because I got two. I've got 2 8s and another 2 8s.
You know they'll run at the slower speed, right?
Yeah, I know, but at least I got 60. At least I got 32 gigs of the slower.
Okay, yeah, I guess. 2080 Ti, cool. How much was your 2080 Ti?
It cost me £450 with a monitor, and
hey, Grasshopper!
Oh,
hey everybody!
Water cooler, an AIO water cooler, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
1300 watt power supply.
I know,
Damn.
I know. My friend,
you've got fucking like so many hard drives in there.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, I got
what do you need to store?
2 NVMe's. Well, you see, these ones
13 terabytes of storage.
Okay, those are rated, and those are rated.
Oh, okay.
So it just means that I can't lose anything, and then I've got three, and I've got 4 monitors.
So are they on RAID 1 mirrored, are they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
I use mirroring as well.
That Ryzen 9 3900. I'm jealous.
Well,
hey, Grasshopper.
So Abigail.
Yes.
You said that you were jealous of her system. Have I shown you my new monitor yet?
No.
Let me show you my new monitor very quick.
Is it different to the one I saw when I was actually there?
Yes, it is.
Because that one I was already jealous of.
Oh, now you're going to hate me.
Okay, why do I have a feeling that I'm going to look at another Odyssey G9, I think it's called?
And what happened to your old one, and why? How much is postage to get it to me? Also, can you send Will's hoodie to my place? Because he has never stopped bugging me for it.
Is that a G9?
Damn, look at that.
Oh, that's a big wide curvy one.
What
monitor
is that, Grasshopper?
Oh, we got to be quiet. Okay.
I think that's his old one.
Wherever he is, it's dark.
Sorry, got to make sure I don't wake up the wife. And that's my old one just there, Abigail.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, no, that is
Sorry,
the Samsung
I'll
Odyssey
be waking
G9
up
Neo.
your wife later.
Matron.
Yeah. It's the Odyssey G. What was it? G9
Neo. NEO.
Oh right, okay. I think that's the newer one. My friend's got the G9 or
What's
whatever it is.
What's the resolution? And is it OLED or is it just standard QLED?
No, it is OLED, and its resolution is 50-something, 5,000-something by 1440.
Damn. Nice.
God damn.
And yeah, I'll be waking up Eleanor later, so don't worry about that.
So long as you're the one that gets in trouble for it this time and not me, that's all right. I've got no problems with that.
Oh, I never get in trouble for giving her that tap on the shoulder late at night.
There's a double standard there in that circumstance because I always get in trouble for that.
So to answer your question, Abigail, about the Ryzen 9 3900. So what happened was last year. So my friend was going for PIP, personal independence pay, but a disabled benefit, and I loaned him £100 a month, to help him, because what happened was he'd applied for it and then got turned down because they turned everybody down. They turned me down, and he was waiting for the tribunal to start, and then COVID happened, so it all got postponed, and he was struggling to get by. His disability is worse than mine, and so I was doing okay. So I loaned him some money, And you know, he was saying like when he gets it, because he's bound to win the tribunal. You know, you can demonstrate it that he has the need. He's going to buy himself a new computer. Do you want some of my old bits?
Yep.
And so for the you know, for the 27-inch gaming monitor and the 2080 Ti, and there was something else, and I can't think what now. Might be the water cooler, but anyway, doesn't matter. So it's like, you know, 900 quid for the two, which was a bargain price then. I mean,
hell yeah.
You know, when I paid for it, which was like, you know, like the last summer, you know, like they were like £1,500 for a 2080 Ti. So it was a bargain.
Prices are finally coming down on GPUs.
Yes.
Yeah, but not enough to make any meaningful difference at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And especially here in Australia.
Oh, here, sister.
Yeah. So what happened was my friend, you know,
Laura, sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to call in and just say a quick hello to everyone. But I'm actually in the process of trying to get this thing all finished off, and it's proving to be an absolute pain in the behind. So I've got to get back to work. I love you all.
Thank you for dropping in.
Big love to you,
really
brother.
appreciate it. Live long and prosper.
You too, my darling. Ciao.
Bye.
And I'm also going to fuck off. So,
is it linked to Nettie disappearing as well?
it may or may not be. That is for your imagination to figure out.
So
all
that's
I
a
know-
yes then.
Well, say
all I
goodbye
know-
for me.
All I know is that my back hurts and my head is tired.
You should
So
get some
I'm
rest then.
Yeah.
Good night, friends.
Good night. Where'd
Um,
Ozzy go? Where'd Angry go? Did he like
go for a wee?
or he fell asleep on the couch?
Maybe, yeah. Anyway, so just to finish off the story, so the tribunal was booked, and it was like a month away or something like that. And he said, and I'd already given him £450 of the 900. You know, so effectively, I'd loaned him the money, but that loan turned into buying his secondhand stuff, which wasn't even 18 months old. You know, so even then, it was a bargain at £900 for a big monitor and, you know, a really great graphics card. So
yeah, hell yeah.
So what happened was he, you know, I'd loaned him £450, turned into the part of the payment. I was just gradually do it, and he, a few weeks before he had the thing, he said, "You know what? Because you've helped me, you can have them for what you've paid."
Wow.
So I spent £450 for a 2080 Ti and a massive game monitor. And he said, you know, and I'm going to be buying a new processor, so when I can get that, you can have that for free.
Jeez.
So,
wow.
You know, this new computer, the motherboard is one that he got for himself, but it broke. Some bit fell off. So he sent it back, and he didn't have he needed a graphics card. He needed a motherboard, so he just went and bought a new one. And so when he got the one back, you know, refurbished or repaired, it was like I bought it from him, and the RAM and the power supply. And I bought a new case. So when I went down for Christmas, I got the new case sent to him, and I just brought a hard drive. And so I had a computer to use at his place with my monitor, and I took my graphics card down with me. So, you know.
Cool.
The only problem was it took a bloody long time to try and get it sent back to me. And eventually I sorted it out. And so it arrived a week and a half ago. And I was exhausted from trying to sort it out. That's the reason why I didn't turn up last week. I was just exhausted.
Yeah. We figured you were either like partying the night away or like doing something Awesome.
I've got someone to party with. But,
surely, with like, are there any like social peer groups or like?
I don't know.
support
I'm
groups or social
a little bit
groups?
insular, so you know, I kind of keep
Yeah.
to myself, and I'm quite comfortable with that. Yeah,
Fair enough.
but I am trying to create, you know, to generate more social friends. You know, like people I can actually see and touch with
Yeah.
my hands, as opposed to people like yourself.
Yeah.
My
Yeah,
internet.
it's nice to be with people in person, but it is a lot of effort when you're like
Yeah.
have like some sort of like social anxiety or agoraphobia or something, like when travel is hard, or you know, all these things, and COVID has just amplified things a lot for some
Yeah.
people. And
It's not been so bad for me because having agoraphobia, you know, and social anxiety, so going out and meeting people kind of like, you know, there be dragons territory. And
Yep.
going out isn't something I do. So when I heard all these people sort of saying about how their mental health had tumbled because, you know, they couldn't go out and meet their friends and stuff, it's like, now you know what agoraphobia is like.
Yeah.
I mean, when the first lockdown happened, I actually ended up going out more because,
Okay.
well, what happened was I normally get my groceries delivered, and everybody and their mum wanted it to be delivered, so you couldn't get the slots. So I had to go out
Okay.
more during lockdowns than I went not lockdowns. You know, it was
Fair enough.
crazy. And one of the biggest problems was the idiot panic buyers who bought, you know, 7 months of toilet roll in 3 days.
Yeah.
And the thing is, for me, I go out, you know, like every, you know, back then I was going out about every 10 days to 2 weeks. So, you know, unlike everybody else who, oh shit, there's no toilet roll in, I'll come back tomorrow. Well, that's not a thing that I can do. So I ended up using kitchen roll, you know, and shit.
Yeah,
like
that
you know,
sucks.
yeah, but
Yeah.
you know, it was just like, yeah, this is unfortunate, and you know, it resulted in one of the most bizarre things that shouldn't be a thing, but is entertaining. It became an entertaining factor, which was when you know, so sitting on the toilet roll to my right is a little trolley. I got some magazines and dumped some clothes on when I washed them, but at the bottom there's a box which has got like toiletries, you know, shaving, you know, sun cream, extra razor blades for the shaver, you know, stuff like that. And then next to that, I store toilet rolls, so I can get 9 in under there. Well, so what's happening is all the time it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and you know, so I ended up having to move it out. And I was delighted to find a toilet roll that I didn't realize that I had. And then when I lifted that one up, there was another toilet roll underneath it, and it was like, wow! And it's like, why is this a thing?
I want to
panic buyers.
I want to show. I want to see if I can do this or not. I'm just going to take my webcam on a little tour. By the way, I've been like making plants happen. Where's my phone? Get a little light in here. Been doing cuttings and propagation and stuff, and here's some more plants I've been making happen, and like there's a little forest over there, but that's not what I had in mind. I want to show you some because oh yeah. I actually can't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the camera here, right? And I can actually stretch this headset pretty far if there wasn't a knot in it. Okay. Okay. Now, because of the fucking panic buyers, I thought, why not stock up? but I didn't want to like panic buy stock up. So I thought every payday, every fortnight, I'll just buy a thing of toilet paper, and I don't go through a thing of toilet paper every fortnight. And then it got to the point, and I can't reach, but it got to the point where I had so much toilet paper, and I'll just show you. I have to take my headphones off.
We can now call her names while she can't hear us.
While she can't hear us. All right, there's a neat pile there.
Oh.
I literally have a mountain of toilet paper.
And
I just took one off.
5 lots of 12, or
those are 20 rolls per pack, and that's
100
5 packs just there. And I just opened a pack and took it into the bathroom, into the toilet room. So
this makes me want to check what I've got. I just want to have a look.
And the only reason I've stocked up so much is because I have a disability and I can't just go buy stuff. That because of idiots who go and panic buy, I'm now scared that I'll run out at some point. So I just panicked and bought a bunch.
Yeah.
But I did it slowly. And then my bloody son kept pranking me into buying more. Because I'd be like on my computer ordering online, and I'd ask him, "Oh, do we need anything from shopping?" And he'd say, "Oh, we need toilet paper." And Aspie brain just trusted him.
Yeah, face
and I'd
value.
end up Yep. And I'd just end up naively buying toilet paper. And
what a bastard.
Yeah, and he knew it. Yeah. So now I've got like, and his cat uses that to sit on now, which is fine, I guess.
Here's an experiment you can try. If you get a piece of paper, no matter how small, the size of a postage stamp, and stick it on the floor, the cat will sit on it.
I used to get tape. I'd get like gaffer tape or something
and put it in a
tape square, and the cat will sit in it.
Yeah.
I've heard of that being an actual thing that cats will.
Yeah. My cat not so much. My cat not so much, but his cat every time.
Yeah, my cats don't do that so much, but like the reusable shopping bags, you put them down.
Oh, yeah. Every time. Will's cat just loves playing inside those, and or a box. Anytime there's a new box in the house, the cat will sit in it.
Yeah.
Even if it doesn't fit, he'll try.
Yeah, Mimsy's an absolute cat stereotype with getting into boxes. And
yes.
Ooh, lightsaber time. Yeah, and on inspired by you, I went and checked Abigail, and I have a full package of 24 toilet rolls and thing, and in the various toilets, there's probably a dozen or two in reserve. So I can breathe a sigh of relief. You just made me slightly paranoid, and I had to go and check.
If I had only 24 rolls of toilet paper in the house, I would be actually anxious.
No, I've probably got double that because distributed, we've got 3 toilets.
Sure.
And they each have a storage thing. And distributed across them, there's probably another 24. But there's an unopened pack of 24. So I can breathe a sigh of relief, and maybe next time I go to the supermarket, get another one.
I literally have 100 rolls of toilet paper in reserve.
Okay, I probably only have 50, so yeah.
Like that's just sitting there. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've got a bunch because I'm pick from Costco. It's gonna be one of those things I have to transport over to my new house when I move.
You want to get big Costco packets of toilet paper. That's when you're getting serious, when you get Costco level toilet paper packages.
I get it because it lasts me a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like one package of Costco toilet paper is 72 rolls. That's the minimum. That's you buy one.
Damn.
Thank you, Mr. Costco, and Mr. Costco says, "There you go, 72 rolls." It's like
A cat meme for you. But I've got another one somewhere that I just thought was fantastic. I know I saved it sometime last year, and I save a lot of shit. This is the reason why I've got so many hard drives, because I save so much stuff.
I have to go because I just ran out of spoons.
Oh.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
I've had-
too. I'm about to crash.
Cool. Yeah, okay. I'm
Crash
just
is
like
fine.
I've had a really shitty week, and I've just
Yeah.
got like no social spoons left. And
But it's very nice to see you.
yeah, I'm still alive,
Which
so-
is great. That's great to know.
You got
Yeah.
something in common with Aidsy.
Yeah.
All right.
Good night, Greg. Yeah, I'm gonna go, and I'll still be on the chat, so I'm still like listening. I just
sparing
like
yourself a bit. Yeah.
yeah. So
That's
anyway,
Take
take care.
care.
I'll be in chat.
Love you to bits. Bye.
I just felt like getting an ice cream, and this one had been crushed by other stuff in this freezer, so that's fine. Sorry, so I'm just gonna eat an ice cream. Oh, it's only 11 o'clock. There you go. We can keep going.
Okay, I'm scrolling through 581 items on my desktop. On my old desktop, sorry.
I've got two screens. Do you guys have two screens, or is it just one?
Who, me?
Both of you.
Oh, I've got 4.
Ah.
I'm just running off a laptop. I've just got one laptop screen in front of me.
Yeah,
I've got two screens because I work from home most of the time, as I have for the past 2 years. So I have
one,
so I use work
two,
so I have two
three,
work.
4.
So I have two screens because I need it for work, and I just plug my work laptop into them, and then switch to my personal laptop, my personal desktop after, because I've got a whole docking station, and I just flick it between laptop and desktop between work hours and non-work hours.
I saw a cat thing last year that that was really sad, and that was that. Do you remember the grumpy cat?
Yeah,
the grumpy cat died.
So
cats have a shorter
Few
lived
years
lifespan. So okay, it's not on that one.
What they call them parasocial relationships, where you think you have an actual relationship with someone on the internet. Parasocial relationship with pets on the internet is very dangerous because pets die. And so an animal you've never met may make you feel profoundly sad when they inevitably die.
Well, if I show you my dog, my old dog who died years ago when she was alive, would that make you sad just because you're seeing a photo of the dog that's now dead?
Wouldn't make me sad, but
No,
some people.
Well, it's a bit like saying, here's a photo of a dog, and unfortunately it's now passed away. Does that make people sad?
It doesn't make me sad because what I do is I sort of think to myself, and it's like, you know, I got photos of my cat that died. Okay, well, 2 cats that have now died. And I remember the good stuff. You know, I remember how much they were loved and how much they, you know, had fun with the life that they had. So that's what I think.
What I've actually done is I have a photo of my dog that sits at the entrance to my house, and the idea is that I put the photo there so that every day, this is pre-COVID. Every day when I come home from work, She's there to greet me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So
it's symbolic in a way.
As I'm scrolling through these things, when I reinvented my YouTube channel and everything, I started to sort of like, what's my new look gonna be? And so I started off with that one, you know, and the style was the same, you know, jade to white and then a darker version of it. And, you know, I sort of tinkered around with different fonts and stuff like that. And, you know, and ultimately I went for that one. And so that's what it looks like. But, you know, I created the flower icon and I used that on Twitter and basically everywhere. But,
oh, sorry, Rabbit Game Fan in the chat. Hello. We're all talking about monitors still in the chat. Considering getting expensive monitor. Vibrant color, doesn't need back or front light. Yeah, I have to admit I'm pretty bog standard with monitors. I don't have anything flash with monitors on any of my setups. So hey, Bum Fungus joining us late in the evening. How you doing? So what's that one, Laura? Sucking bullshit out of my head.
You know, I just see funny things. It's like, oh, I got to save that. You know, I thought this one was good. You know, computer joke. If you can't find the website, it's file, you know, not found.
404. That's usually my one for Fridays at work. By the time it gets to 4:04 on a Friday afternoon, it's like, no, fuck's not found. If anyone's trying to get me to do anything meaningful after 4 o'clock on a Friday, it's like, no, error 404, fuck's not found. Sorry, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I've got a little GIF, something like that. You know, it's you know in the old Windows 95 style with the boxes and stuff like that, and you just have the sort of squares that were building up, and it was, you know, attempting to give a damn, you know, 404 error, damn not given.
Yeah. So I love this one from Rabbit Game Fan. That's the funniest description of a monitor I've heard in ages. A 1080p version of a Game Boy Color. It's just that, to me, that's just a really funny description of a monitor. I love it. It's very good. And I think either I or everyone else has frozen, which is disconcerting. No, Justin just moved, so that's a plus. Oh no, Laura's moving too. So
I'm just trying to get a photo of my dog to show.
No, okay. You both fucking tripped me out just then because you were absolutely motionless for 10 or 15 seconds. And I was just like, okay, the internet's frozen. We're stuffed.
I do have a weird thing when I'm looking at something, I do not move. My arm is and things like that. So you just have to sort of watch this bit here and see if that's moving.
Yeah. There's an old Simpsons joke of when Homer's doing web chat with a couple of his pals, Mo freezes with a really sort of twisted expression, and Homer's like, oh no, his stream's frozen, and then Mo's like, no, that was just my Bell's palsy. I was just paralyzed for a minute.
I remember having a laughing fit at a Simpson, just a little quick thing, and what happens is the kids are at the dinner table, and like Dad's got a newspaper up so you can't see him, and they sort of pull it down, and then they go, ah, sorry, Grandpa, we thought you were Dad, and your face had melted.
Yes,
I just had a giggling fit with that.
Yeah, it's funny what can set you off with various things.
Yeah. So this one is a picture I created myself, and this is, these are the cycle facilities at Tilburg train station in the Netherlands. Yeah. And, and a similar size sort of town. And here's Stockports, which is some,
Similar in the UK.
Yeah, it's like cycling. There isn't much of a cycling culture in the UK.
So, Justin, this is your old dog, Justin?
Yeah. Oh,
cute photo, love it. See, again, I'm not going to get sad. Dog's no longer with us. I'm just going to go, I like it. That makes me happy. Cute dog. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, but like cute dog, it's just sad. It's sad to think she's now gone.
Oh yeah, and I get for you, it's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I necessarily have the same level of attachment to pets as some people do, because occasionally I hear someone spending an absolutely absurd amount on vet's bills, and I mean like tens of thousands of dollars, and I'm just like, no, let it fucking die at that point. That's just, and
I have a friend lives in the countryside, has a horse or two horses, and one of them 3 times in the last 2 years has got an infection of the hoof.
Yeah,
and that can kill a horse.
Yeah, horses are so expensive.
Yeah. Okay, this is another picture I've got for you. Do you want to see the coolest cat photo you will ever see?
Yes, please. Oh, no, I know there's a particular photographer did a whole series of these photos.
Yeah, it's like, best cat picture ever.
Yeah. No, I know that one. And they have a whole series where it's like you take stuff with a fast enough shutter, and it's stuff that to the human eye you never actually see, but frozen moments just look amazing.
So let's have a look. Okay, so here's a picture. So about a couple of years ago, before COVID, there was this weird thing about like this bot app thing that could guess your age. And this one said 26, and I was 45 years old. It's like makeup and the wig really took 20 years off my life.
Yeah. That's the sort of feedback you want, basically. So, again, AI is not particularly intelligent at the moment. It's more artificial than intelligence right now.
Well, I can't find the picture I was looking for, but oh, wait a minute. I'm going to check one last place, actually. I might have moved it to there without thinking.
Yeah.
Because I have a habit of just like dumping stuff and then just making a new folder and dumping stuff there as well.
I'm just getting some water to drink because I'm responsible. Probably enough. A bit of Wasser in the glass. Safa, the ice cream I was just eating on a stick, which had been crushed, which I thought was pretty hilarious when I found it in the supermarket, freezer. I was about to say someone had put something on top of it. Someone was probably me, and it got crushed. So I thought, better eat it while it's crushed. It was, let me see. It was a raspberry shortbread white chocolate ice cream. Sorry, Justin.
I remember.
Oh, you had pet birds, Justin.
Yeah, well, my mom had a parrot, since adopted out, but birds are a pain in the butt. Basically, she left the cage open every day. And it would fly around the house. And at night, what would often happen is it would basically climb up the stairs, and I'd open my bedroom door, and there he was. And I do this every day, and he just climbs up onto you.
A very pay attention to me parrot.
Yeah.
Parrots
no.
are very needy.
They can be, yes.
Yeah.
So the picture I wanted to share, but I can't find, is a box with a hole in it and a cat's head sticking out of it.
Yeah.
But what someone was clever to do was, you know, the MGM lion.
Yes.
And you've got the sort of the MGM, and there's like a big thing around it. It's almost like a portrait with all the lettering around, and then you've got the lion's head in there.
Yeah.
They gone and drawn all that stuff on the box, but it was the cat's head sticking through, and I just thought, oh, that's
the
so
cat's head
cool.
sticks out. Yeah.
And I also love, you know, just sometimes stupid, silly things like this. It's like, you know, screw you and your signs.
No fishing, and there's a kingfisher with a fish there. Nice.
Yeah. You know, just
doggies.
This one.
I like that. Yes, cats can sometimes be extremely obstinate. Sometimes the slightest inconvenience will set it go. Hi, my name is Stop That. Sometimes they call me Get Back Here.
This one's quite cool.
The birds. They're about to drop the hottest album. Yeah.
Oh, that's someone else. You know, I don't know why I thought that was cool.
Oh, yeah. Stingrays, the underside of stingrays often looks very funny.
Yeah, and that's not its eyes, but it kind of looks like it from there, you know?
Yeah, but you get other stingrays where the mouth actually looks curved up like a smile.
Yeah.
It's an illusion, but it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Cat sitting in a toilet bowl. Why not?
I thought you might appreciate that one.
Turning the cone of shame into a martini. Yeah, nice.
There you go.
Yes.
It's an old one.
Dinosaurs being birds, yes.
Here's a really great one. A tabby cat on, you know.
Oh my God, on the grain of the floor.
Yeah.
I was trying to work out what that was, but yeah, excellent camouflage.
Oh
no. Oh dear.
The Punisher cat.
Yes,
I don't know if that actually is a thing or whether it's just doctored.
I suspect it's Photoshop, yes.
Yeah, but either way, it's still bloody cool, whatever the case.
It's a nice image. Yeah, no, I can completely appreciate doctored images.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh dear, dog fart.
Oh yeah. Okay, I think you'll appreciate this one.
That's hilarious. That's fantastic. One of my favorite videos I've seen.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this one needs a bit of description. So Arcane's this Christian evangelical lunatic on YouTube, and he was talking about evolution, a subject he knows nothing about.
Yeah.
And he made the statement, you know, that with a bird, the air goes through one end and comes out the other end. And it's like, you know, and it made them sound like they're jet powered.
That's how they fly.
Yeah, you know, that the air goes through and one end and it comes out the other end. And it's like, what? So, you know, I just saw that and I went, yeah, that's great. And this one, my friend just laughs silly every time she sees that because just that face is doing so many things. Yeah.
Yes. The frozen photos are hilarious because the human eye doesn't see those frozen moments, but a camera does. There's a photographer who did a series of photos with dogs where he threw a ball into a pool, and he's got a high-speed camera under the water to take a really high-speed photo where the dog splashes into the pool to try and catch the ball. And the dogs, all these different breeds of dogs, and their features are so distorted because they've just dived into water. So the impact of the water has twisted and deformed their faces. And there's a ball there, and the dogs have like these crazy eyes focused on the ball, and the mouth open, and the skin everywhere, and the teeth. And there are some incredibly humorous photos in this series, like frozen moments that a human eye can't actually detect, but a camera can freeze the moment and preserve it. It's very weird stuff, but I like it.
Yeah, memes can be fun as well. I've got a couple here.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of memes.
Okay, why did that bounce? There you go.
Well, oh no, oh that's a dad joke. That one.
Yeah.
I like it.
This one's clever.
Murder. Yeah.
You got to understand, a murder of crows is a group of crows.
We had a murder of crows out the front recently. Oh wow, that's a double pun there.
Yeah.
Those who don't know, when the Hindenburg blew up, because it was at a public event, and one of the media people who was recording a thing for TV couldn't believe he was witnessing the Hindenburg bursting into flames, and he said, "Oh, the humanity!"
Yeah.
But then to put a manatee with changing colors, so it's the humanity.
Yeah. And I also have to apologize because my software doesn't always do GIFs well. But
oh, you'll make me poo my pants. Nice.
Yeah. And this one here reminds me a little bit of Abigail who's lost her spoons, or nobody, you know.
Yep. Anyone who feels like they have to retire, doing people stuff can be way too taxing at some times, and I completely empathize when someone goes, "Nope, I don't want to do the human stuff anymore." Not at all.
I've had that experience the past week or so, just because of moving, plus crazy stuff going on with Democrats abroad, which I can't talk about because it's classified.
Yeah.
And then work, and and it's just like, there are things I need to do, and sometimes I just go, no, I'm not going to deal with this today. I have to take care of my mental health. I'm just going to relax, not do anything, and if it causes problems, so be it.
Yeah. I know, because moving's one of the most stressful things you can do. Last time I moved was 5 years ago. It was the worst fucking experience of my life. It was.
Have you had agents try to rip you off like what I showed you?
Yeah, no. I had to go to a hearing because they were pulling all manner of bullshit, and so I had to go to in Victoria. It's called VCAT. I forget what that acronym stands for.
It's called ACAT here. I know exactly where it is, but basically, I mean, I haven't had the final inspection yet because I haven't actually physically moved out of my old place yet. I'm in my old place right now. But I have started the lease on my new place, and I'm moving in about a week's time. And there's a bit of overlap for a reason, so that I can, fix things up here before I hand the keys back.
Yeah.
But, it's like, I've been here 7 years.
Yeah.
There are going to be things anyway. But, fair wear and tear is a thing that...
Yes, it is.
But what do you? But for 7, for 7 years, I would imagine that there's a fair few things you could argue for fair wear and tear.
Yeah.
You know, like the marks on my bedroom from when my head hit the wall, from when my head's been hitting the wall when I sleep. That's affected paint. Can't that be considered fair wear and tear?
I don't know about ACT. In Victoria, things like paint and floor coverings and stuff depreciate at 10% a year. So if there was damage to walls and stuff and whatnot, and the landlord said, oh, it's going to cost this much, like they'd have to cover, after 7 years, they'd have to cover 70% of that cost. When I was talking about my last move, which was 5 years ago, we had stayed in the place just over 10 years. So in other words, that meant things like paint and floor coverings and stuff had depreciated 100%. And this piece of shit fucking real estate agent should have known that, should have known they had no claim on anything, but they tried to claim just an absurd amount, so we had to go to VCAT. And the arbiter in VCAT is just going, the rules are very straightforward. It depreciates at 10% per year. Therefore, after 10 years, it is depreciated 100%. The tenants know if you have to repaint or recarpet, that's taken for granted that after 10 years, you just have to do that and it's not on the tenant. And they're going, oh, but, and the guy's going, no, it's the rules. It's perfectly straightforward. After 10 years, things like paint and floor coverings have depreciated 100%. So if the landlord has to replace them, it is 100% at the landlord's expense, and you should fucking know that. And it was, again, but it was like fucked.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
Abigail's due to get new carpets, and Housing is going to fund the new carpets, but the carpet company will. Okay. So, Dr. Abigail, if that's something we have to organize on a particular day, and I get that you with like disabilities, etc., having to move stuff off carpets is impossible. I think that's a thing and I might be able to help. We might be able to get a couple people to help if we can coordinate on a particular day, because I completely get that you are meant to have the carpet replaced, but the carpet company are being shitheads and saying you have to move everything, which is somewhat impossible. We should try and work out logistics to see if we can do that and help you, because I know I'm not the only one who would want to, the only one who's local who would want to help you. Yeah, as you say, it's like moving, but you're not going anywhere. They're like making your life fucking miserable, and they're putting all these impositions on you, and you're not actually moving, which is ridiculous, quite honestly.
There was something that happened. So in 2010, we got after 1997 was Labour and Tony Blair, and then 2010 the Conservatives won the election.
Yes.
Well, thanks to all the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the deficit was huge. It had gone to trillions.
Yes.
And from billions to trillions. And so so what happened was, it was right, we're going to have an austerity government and we're going to cut, everywhere we can, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, one of the things I explained earlier was about the PIP thing. There used to be something called DLA, Disability Living Allowance, and now they call it Personal Independence Payment. But the thing is, they tweaked the criteria, so mental health is a lot harder to get now. But anyway, so but one of the other things that they introduced was it's been nicknamed the bedroom tax. And basically what it works out is that if I'm one person and I have 2 bedrooms. Well, that's too many bedrooms. So what they wanted to do was effectively, what they still do is, so because I'm disabled, my rent is covered, but they don't cover all the rent now because I've got 1 extra bedroom. So
Right.
it's like £14 a week, out of almost 100 for my normal rent. So my rent is very good. You know, I mean, you're paying like, you're paying like £600, £800 a month, in other parts of Manchester, and mine is like less than £400 a month.
Yeah.
So it's a good price. But anyway, so effectively, I have to cover a bit of it. That was a nuisance. Well, the thing is, what the goal behind it is, okay, it's kind of hard to force people to move, so we'll just make it uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And so, it's like, and the idea was, there are people, there are like young families who might have 3 kids and they're in a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom house or something. And, the kids are like 13 and really they shouldn't be sleeping in the same room anymore, kind of thing. So they wanted to encourage people to move around a bit. So, where you've got someone who lived in a council house and the kids have now gone to college, university, and left home or something, and now they've got like an extra bedroom or 2.
Yeah.
Well, they could move to the small place, the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom place, and the family that need more can move into their place. It was trying to sort of shuffle it round. But instead of actually having incentives, hey, we'll give you £400 if you move. Ooh, that might be good, and we'll cover your moving costs as well. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll do that. There's an incentive there. It's a bit like, hey, we'll pay a certain amount towards getting your house insulated or solar panels on the roof or something like that. And it's like, yeah, that'll, it's good for everybody in the long run, but of course it's, really good for you as well as the as the homeowner or home renter even. But instead of having incentives, they just wanted it to make it a negative thing.
Yeah.
So the incentive is we don't want to have to pay this extra money. And so it's not really been successful. You just got loads of people who have problems, and it's especially bad for disabled people because you could have you could have a couple, and one person is really badly disabled, has to sleep in a proper hospital bed, that sort of raises up and stuff like that. Or you might have someone who has, medical equipment, or a mobility scooter that has to go somewhere and it has to go in the spare room. So, people like that are unfairly taxed effectively.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
But really, all it was is we need to save money. I know. Let's not pay people as much as we were.
Yeah. I'm old enough to remember Thatcher's poll tax. And it's funny that this is a thing, even though this was not an Australian thing, this was an English thing, but the unfairness of it reached Australia. And this is in the 80s, Thatcher's going, and it was just like, there's a particular tax that's going to be applied based on how many people are living in the house, which meant a lot of poorer families that may have had more kids would end up paying more than richer families that had fewer kids. It was a grossly unfair thing. And Thatcher was just like, fuck you all, I'm doing it. The bit that
and bigger properties as well.
Yeah.
Really big properties but pay very little.
Rich family with 50 rooms but only 1 or 2 kids paid less of this poll tax than a poor family that had 3 bedrooms, but 5 kids, and it was grossly unfair. And but the bit that cracks me up is it was assessed physically in person, like a poll tax collector had to come around to the house and count people in the house. And in a bunch of the poorer neighborhoods, they basically put signs up and said, if you are a poll tax collector and you walk down this street, we will kick the fucking shit out of you. Do not come down this street. And it was real. Like the working class just went, yeah, this is some fucking bullshit. And they just made it clear, hey, if you were dumb enough to take a job as a poll tax collector, don't come down this street because we will kick the fucking shit out of you. And again, it's because this dumb thing, the assessment had to be done in person, and the poll tax collectors were point blank told, we'll kick you come into our community, we will kick the fucking shit out of you. So just don't come here. And so for a number of reasons, the plan fell apart, not least because of this working class rebellion. But also, it did get some bad media, like, hey, this is kind of unfair and unreasonable no matter how you look at it. And
I've got another story that is sort of similar, and that is that so there was a football stadium disaster at Hillsborough in the 80s.
Yes.
And basically what happened was that the police allowed people who didn't have tickets, who were kind of all wanting to get in, they opened the gates, allowed them to, and you had loads of people streaming into somewhere that was already full, and people got crushed and died, basically. You know,
a lot of, like, over 100 people died.
It was 93, I believe it was.
Right, okay.
Which is still a hell of a lot. Now the thing is, there was already the soccer hooliganism problem that was still a bit around then. So, well, what happened was the next day, the Sun newspaper had that Liverpool supporters were urinating on the dead and all sorts of other awful things, and basically it was like they're just fucking soccer hooligans. That's all it is. Whereas actually it was a crush. It was, you know, and well, the sentiment about the Sun, you will be lucky if you can find a copy of the Sun newspaper in Liverpool.
And I love that. I love that the community just said, we will never buy the Sun again. And so newsagents don't even stock it. So because nobody will buy it.
Yeah. I mean, shit. They hate the Sun so much that when the first COVID lockdown and you couldn't get toilet roll for love nor money, they wouldn't even be able to sell the Sun as toilet paper. They wouldn't even be able to get Scousers to shit on it. That's how bad how much they hate it.
The Sun, not worth shitting on. That's beautiful. But yes,
I just made that joke up, but of course I think it's perfectly accurate as well.
Yeah. No. The and again, the effectiveness of that community boycott against the Sun, because what the Sun did was so offensive and so egregious that they just went, never buy the Sun ever. So newsagents there don't even stock it because nobody will buy it because of the horrific nature of the lies they told about Hillsborough, which was a fucking tragedy, and why the Sun felt compelled to push all these lies about it was hooliganism, and it just wasn't.
The thing about it is, I mean, I hate to sort of, you know, have a balanced opinion on this because the Sun are scum anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, just to give you an idea of how much scum they are, so the Sun was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then on Sunday it was the news of the world.
Yes.
And there was a big thing about phone hacking in
Yes.
the UK.
Oh, yes.
And
the Murdoch
so,
shit. Yes.
so what had happened was there was this girl, Millie Dowler. She basically, someone grabbed her, pulled her into a car, and they found her body, a few days later. Okay. A week? No, it was more than that. It was like a week or two or something like that. I can't remember. Well, what happened was the News of the World managed to find out what the phone number was, and they went and broke into the code, because most people don't change the password.
Yeah.
And so they broke into it and listened to all the messages from mum, like, where are you,
Yeah.
darling? Where are you, darling? Or, that kind of thing. She was dead. Right.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, they phoned up until there wasn't any memory left on the phone.
Yeah.
But then what happened was they tried phoning and it went to voicemail.
Yeah.
The only way it would have been, the voicemail could have been done is if she was alive to get rid of it and get new ones. It wasn't. News of the World had gone and deleted it so they could listen to any new messages that were put. So effectively, the parents thought their kid might still have been alive. How fucking torturous is that? And that was Murdoch was humble for that inquiry.
That almost brought Murdoch down. Like, that was a bit almost the straw that put the camel's back with Murdoch.
That was very. I know some people lost their job over that, but that was actually super close to some senior Murdoch executives being imprisoned because of how egregious their behavior. And Murdoch, the lying fucking scumbag, tried to distance himself from it and to say, like, he didn't support
thing to do.
Yeah. And there was a big inquiry about it, about, phone hacking and all sorts of, awful things that the press had been doing. Like chasing around the royals for every tiny thing, spying on people, hacking the phones of royalty so that they could listen to the gossip that was going on within the, all that kind of stuff. Certain celebrities and things like that.
It's a cancer on democracy.
Oh yeah, the Murdoch media. Like, I'd be happy if every person in every executive position in every Murdoch media outlet was imprisoned. They just crimes against humanity. They should all be put away for crimes against humanity.
The worst thing that I saw came out of that was there was he was I think he was with the Mirror or the Daily Mail, something like that. Mirror is more a left-wing newspaper, so they're more Labour voting one. The Telegraph has been nicknamed the Tory Graph because they're very friendly to the Tories. Now, but this Paul McMullen guy, he wrote a story, and this was when there was problem. There were paedophile issues. People, doing all sorts of awful things. But they were, if someone's a paedophile, they go to jail, they serve their sentence, but they're on the sex offender register, and they have to basically tell the police where they live, and they're not allowed to live like 200 yards from a school or. Hang around schools, anything like that. They're really restricted in what they can do and where they can go. Well, so what happened was this guy, I think it might have been the Mirror, might have been, I can't remember, whatever newspaper, I think it might have been the Mail, but they wrote a list of pedophiles, pictures and everything. Okay.
Oof. Yeah.
But one of the consequences of that kind of bullshit was that a pediatrician got beaten up because of and this guy, this Paul McMullen guy who wrote this story, okay, he thought it was kind of cool that a thing he'd written got a pediatrician beaten up.
Yeah.
So a doctor that looks after children got got beaten up because morons didn't understand the difference between pediatrician and pedophile.
Yeah.
And he thought that was funny. You know, I paid a lot of attention to that stuff, and it was just like all the time. You know, fortunately, he's not in the industry now. He owns a
make you lose faith in humanity. It's just
there's a lot of people who make you lose faith in humanity. There's basically a lot of dodgy people around.
And I'm going to brighten up this conversation by showing
Do it, please. Brighten things
cute
up.
photo.
Cute photo time.
Platypuses in fedoras.
Puggles in hats. And again, I'm just going to throw out baby platypus are called puggles. So it's a couple of puggles in hats. Nice.
Yeah. That's Lenny. That's my lion behind me.
Lenny the lion. A cup of bunny. Nice.
And this is what cats do.
Cats.
It's the way the cat looks up to the side afterwards.
Yeah, with huge satisfaction.
Yeah, and
that's with huge satisfaction. That is, and that's a very fat pig. Oh God, it's got Yoda on its head. Oh my God,
it's a big pig. It is.
It is a big pig.
Yeah.
Bunny with the backpack.
Yeah, I just love
stretching,
animal pictures. Just fun. You know what that reminds me of? Do you remember Toy Story? Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
And you've got the fanboys, and it's like, you know, shut up, you'll put him off his game. I really like you. You're making it worse, kind of thing. And you know, and it's like that's almost like shut up.
Yeah. And Dr. Abigail wants duck pictures. Do you have any good duck pictures?
Duck pictures, quite possibly.
There's a lot of animals. I'll be disappointed if you don't have ducks in there.
I do. You know, I mean, you gotta love that.
Guinea pig.
Yeah, it's just like I just went for pictures. You know, animals smiling. I think I went for. And I found a bunch of them. Yeah. One is close. You know, yeah. One is close. The other one is far away. Just very cleverly positioned. But let's see. Have I got any ducks? I've got a whale photo bomb, which
that's pretty funny.
Which is almost certainly not actually a photo bomb at all. It's just someone's gone and put Photoshop.
But still,
but even so, yeah,
it's pretty funny. So I was good.
That's how you weigh a baby giraffe.
Of course, the keeper holds them and subtracts their weight from it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just found one I wanted to show to Dr. Abigail. That's the ultimate duck meme, I think.
Yes.
Bow before me, pathetic humans. The world's biggest rubber duck.
Oh, I have a duck.
Yeah, nice. Laura has a duck. Let me see. I thought you'd have to. Wow. Okay. No meme caption, but it's a very nice picture.
Mm.
One of those really flamboyant
Do I have any
ducks.
more?
I'm gonna go because I'm tired, and
that's fair. It's almost midnight.
Yeah, and I've got a lot of moving to do tomorrow. So tomorrow's one of the this weekend is one of the big weekends because I have to move I have to get everything out, except for all the big stuff by next Friday.
Okay, so you got a busy week.
Yeah.
All right, take care, Justin. Thanks for coming in and saying hi, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
All right.
This one's Why do baby wombats look like old Chinese kung fu masters?
Okay, I feel like being that guy and willing to bet money that's not a baby wombat, but
I don't know. I just, you know,
personal bugbear of mine, something I can get quite unreasonably worked up about is deliberately mislabeled photos on the internet. I can get super worked up about it, possibly far
No, that's all
beyond
I've got.
what is reasonable.
I do have a bunch of sort of funny pics and stuff. I do have some of my own duck pictures, although they are a little bit dark. Swans and ducks and geese.
It's a swan. Sorry,
those are
hip
coots.
hop reference.
Geese. Oh, that's me traveling on a train. I don't know why the pictures came out so dark. Gulls. Oh gosh, that was my very first. That was my first 3D printer, and I had to build it, and it wouldn't. I couldn't get it flat. You know, it has a diagonal bar that goes across there, and I think maybe it was too tight or not tight enough. Either way, I just couldn't get the bed flat, and so it would start putting something on, and then it would stop putting anything on. It just wouldn't come out, or wouldn't stick to it, or whatever. And so I ended up sort of like, you know, takes ages. And then, oh, it's in there. Sorry, funny pics. And so, like I say, I showed you those two. Funnily enough, also the big.
There you go, giant rubber duck, just biggest rubber duck.
Yeah, of course that's just a big inflatable thing, but
yeah. That's a cucumber. Yeah.
Oh, these were some sort of if Darth Vader was a proper dad to Luke.
Oh yeah, I think that's actually a book. I think those illustrations are from a book. Darth Vader being a dad to Luke and Leia.
Yeah, his eyes are a little bit weird, but you know, I just sort of beer, more beer, endless beer.
Well, would you look God. Okay, that is major league sort of.
I think that one's the funniest one of them.
Oh, aren't you a little short for a stormtrooper? Nice.
You know, which is, of course, the Princess Leia.
The Leia line.
She says to Luke.
My name's Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
What do you call now?
Oh no,
an investigator.
Investigator. Oh dear. Oh wow. Oh my God. The levels of pun and dad joke in that one.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry, that almost made me choke on my water. Maybe broccoli doesn't like you either. Are we there? Yeah, no, that's again, I think that's a whole book of Darth Vader as a dad.
That one was funny. So this is an MP, a Conservative MP,
yes,
who was looking to get elected, and so she was out meeting and greeting people, and she's outside a place called Peacocks.
Yeah,
and so it just looks like the thought bubbles.
Yeah, I was like when Tony Abbott was Australian Prime Minister, he did some dumb photo op in a shopping mall, and we have a chain of shops called the Reject Shop. And he managed to stand in a point where the photographers could frame a shot that just had the word "the reject" above his head. Not very bright.
There's I'm going to share something a bit different with you because it, you know, There's a similar kind of thing. I swear that the press sometimes deliberately, they'll take 50 photos and they'll find the one that actually isn't very flattering.
Oh yeah, no. Even when they do it to people I don't like, I have this sort of grain of salt. Like, yeah, that's editorializing. You're posting a picture that's a false representation of reality that doesn't make them look good.
Yeah. So this one is when Theresa May was the Prime Minister.
Mm.
And the whole Brexit thing was going on. It's like they just found as many pictures, it's like just she's making a speech and there's the one they picture, or
yeah,
and it's just
face.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
and again, because still photos lie, still photos freeze a microsecond that the human eye can't see. So choosing these photos that is editorializing.
Now,
not
this
cool.
one reminds me a bit of my mum. So we have a family photo album, and my dad had a really nasty habit of candid photos sort of thing, and he'd sort of go, Sue, meaning my mum, and she'd just go around and go, what? So we just have loads of photos of my mum with what? It's
well, it's like there's a photo that I've shared on socials repeatedly that my friend Corey took like, I don't know, 10 or 12 years ago at a big YouTube meetup here in Melbourne. He's an American YouTuber. He'd come over for it. And we'd been drinking, and I was really drunk, and I was talking and I was going, look, the point is, and Corey said he had his photo with a flash, and he said, from the way I was doing it, he knew if he took a photo, I'd look really weird and fucked up. And he's got this photo, and I always share it on socials going like, if something bad ever happens to me, or if I murder someone or something, this is the photo that the media will dredge through my socials to find. And it's just me like, and I'm wearing a cap, and it's off to the side, and my eyes are rolling up in my head, and I'm just like, and it's just a frozen moment. And my favorite thing, which doesn't really come out, the next photo that was taken like a second or two later, because Corey was doing the sort of burst shoot thing, when the flash went off in my face, I realized what I was doing, and I just turned and I just pointed at him and went, stop it. And so there's one photo of me going, Aah! And the next one is like, hey, I know what you're doing, stop it. And he just joked, because he straight away came up and showed me the back of the camera, like with the photo, and he goes, I got you. And it was just this frozen moment of me going, Aah!
If you remember a couple of weeks ago, we've got the one with Abigail going,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, and that was a good one. Yeah. But also, we were playing around. And yes, Safa, that's Mr. Safety. Corey, Mr. Safety. But he was messing with me. Like, we were just hanging out. We'd all been drinking. And he could see me. I was just, when I get drunk, I get into these. I'm going to lecture. I'm going to extol. I'm going to share my wisdom. And I was going, blah, 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 blah. And he knew, because of the way I was going, a photo taken with a flash would almost definitely freeze me in a really unflattering moment, and it super did. But yes, I share that photo semi-regularly because it's so funny, and I'm just going like, whenever like something happens to someone and the media go through their Facebook or other social media to try and find photos of them, I thought, no, this is the one. They'll go through my social media. If I'm dead or if I do something bad or whatever, they'll troll through to my social media and they'll find this photo, and this is the photo that will be used to illustrate every media article about me. It's inevitable. It's inevitable that will happen. So Safa, Corey has actually joined one or two live streams in the last couple of years. It's just been very random that he's been online and I've been doing a stream and he's wanted to come on and say hi. It's very rare, but he has done it once or twice in the last couple of years.
The Theresa May one, there was one famous one where, it's like they get them to go in and shake hands with the police or whatever.
Yes,
and then they go to a school.
Yeah.
And the school one is the rather famous one because this was what it was like,
Yes.
And the thing about it wasn't enough that they had one. They had three.
Yeah.
She
was, to be fair, she pulled that face a lot.
Yeah.
She really did.
Yeah.
She really pulled that face a lot.
And then you got someone that's a bit more creative, and then they went and did this. So it's
my God,
Donald Trump giving her a kiss, and which that face is perfectly acceptable there.
I was about to say that humanizes her. Donald Trump making a move on her, that face is a thing. And again,
there is I've forgotten her name now.
the single biggest lie humans have ever told themselves is the cliche, the camera never lies. Cameras, as in still cameras, by definition, lie.
Pretty Patel,
they freeze a moment in time that the human eye could never possess. Pretty Patel, okay.
Pretty Patel, honestly,
she's awful.
It's like every photo they take, seems to have just some menacing look on her. You know, I mean, look, even when she's smiling, a picture like that,
it's a bit
just has
threatening.
this. She has that glint in her eye. She's the Home Secretary, so it's like, that's quite a powerful position, and it's like, that little glint in her eye just has that. I know the people could have you assassinated, just get you killed.
Yeah, I love Alexei Sale. His summation of Pretty Patel is she's the sort of person who would unplug your life support system to charge her phone, and she is. Yeah, she's not to be trusted.
No, like I say, she just looks so severe and angry all the time. But then again, I suppose it's like the current government, the Tories are arseholes. They're just and it's the double standards and stuff like that. I mean, we had Jacob Rees-Mogg about a week or so ago saying about how the whole Partygate thing, where while the government and Boris Johnson was saying stay at home, lockdowns are important, don't mix with people, no parties and stuff like that, and then having a party every week.
Yes, they're above law.
There's photos of it, and because of Ukraine and stuff like that, he basically has not necessarily got away with it, but the attention is more things. Whereas he was like up against the wall. And it's like, is he going to jump before he gets pushed? Is he going to jump before he gets pushed, or is he, is he going to try and keep trying until he gets pushed? Which is the expectation. And he's the kind of person that doesn't seem to have a conscience or care what people think and what people say. He just wants the power and that's it. But most other politicians, I think that if they got caught doing this kind of thing, they would have resigned. They would have done the honourable thing. But politics has changed, that it's so right-wing versus left-wing. And it's like, the divide has become much wider. And what I mean by the divide is much wider, I mean that what was, the idea of a center right, center left doesn't exist anymore. It's more, it's not far right, but it's heading that way kind of thing. It's like, it's halfway to far right, but it's not the quarter way that, that you've almost got this kind of Goldilocks zone. Center right, center left. You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's a Goldilocks zone. It's not
Just
too extreme.
right. Yeah.
It's not too extreme to the left. It's not far left. It's not like shutting down all the prisons or whatever. It's still, crime is bad. People should go to jail if they do really bad things. That's your center left. And then the center right is like, you go further and it's hanging people. And you can see them sort of like, I mean, there's a rather famous one. If you look it up, it's so there's oh, I've forgotten his name. Rights for the private eye. Oh gosh, I've forgotten his name, and I need to look because I'm editor of.
So while Laura's looking at, I just did want to say, Safa, yes, Dutton is basically our equivalent of Home Minister. We have different names for cabinet roles in Australia as opposed to the UK, but Dutton is essentially our Home Minister. That is correct.
So Ian Hislop, so this was on Question Time, which you have a version of.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
What's it called? I've forgotten now.
Q&A.
Q&A, that's it. Yeah. So anyway, so in a Question Time one, the subject of, corporal punishment, hanging people was up.
Yeah.
And, he said, one of the things that, because he's a journalist and satirist. So he kind of looks at it from a comedy point of view, but it's really, really critical.
Yeah.
And so, well, and he's basically saying, one of the things that has happened, far too many times, and we have reported on some ourselves, have been people who have been falsely accused of murder and all sorts of other things.
Yes.
And, if they had, if the death penalty was available, they would have been killed.
Yes.
And then when it comes to, the next question goes to Priti Patel, kind of, to give her opinion. And it's, with all due respect, I disagree. And it's like, it needs to be a deterrent. And Hislop's like, well, it's not much of a deterrent if they're dead, and it's, and, sort of, well, we need to make sure it's rigorous. Yeah, but it's not rigorous if the wrong people are getting killed. Being dead is a bit of an end point.
Yeah.
So and she's just like trying to defend something despite having really good arguments. And I'm against the death penalty. And there's two reasons. One is me being a bit of a sadist in a way. And that is that, even the most comfortable prison is still a prison of the mind. If you know you're never going to get out, that's got to fester in your brain. Okay, so for the worst killers and rapists and pedophiles or whatever, pedophile murderers, let them rot. Keep them alive as long as you want. Just let them survive until they die. I'm perfectly happy with that. Oh, they want to go on a hunger strike. Well, I don't mind if they decide to starve themselves and die. That's a bit painful. Or keep them alive and, with a feeding tube. I'm not really too much on the sympathy ride. So I'm a little bit of a sadist. I'm pretty awful with that. But the example of the worst one, and there's a movie called In the Name of the Father. I don't know if you've ever seen it. And it's basically it's a movie about the 1970s. And the IRA were bombing in mainland England. They bombed some pubs in Guildford. And what happened was some guys who were was sleeping on a bench, or at one night or whatever.
They happened to be Irish in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, that was it. They were guilty of being Irish, and the police officer literally had a gun in his mouth, to get a confession, and so he confessed and then retracted it, but the confession was still used against him.
Yes.
And when the court case was over, the judge said that because they were found guilty. And he said words along the line, it's unfortunate the death penalty is no longer available, because if it was, I would have used it.
Yeah. And they were completely innocent.
Completely innocent. They were just Irish.
Yeah, it's not a case of, there wasn't quite enough evidence to convict them. They were actually completely innocent, and the police prosecution was absolutely heinous. The Guildford 6 and the Birmingham 4.
The worst part about it is that because of all this bombing going on, the chief inspector of the special branch, which was like the anti-terrorist and anti spying, whatever, that kind of stuff. So the top cop with the special branch. So what had happened was, the Irish guys, their alibi was some homeless guy in the park by the name of whatever it was. And
Charlie Parker, I think.
Yeah, and they found the guy. The cops had found him, but they kept that from the defense.
Yes.
So what happened was...
Which was illegal for them to withhold that information.
Yes, it has to be shared to all parties where the evidence was. And basically what happened was the police, the Irish guys, they'd said, where they'd given their alibi, this homeless guy.
At the time the explosion happened, we were in a park, and this homeless guy was berating us, saying that was his bench we were sitting on.
Yeah. And so, but they were told that they hadn't been able to find the guy. They had found the guy. And so what happened was, there was a lady, prison reformer, and a barrister or something, I think, or
and she was like a decade down the line, researching stuff for appeals. As
and
like they'd all been in prison for 10 years at this point.
Yeah. So what had happened was that they'd, I think it was more like 15, 18 or something. I can't remember now. But,
ultimately they spend a long time in prison. Yes.
Yeah. But what happened was that she finally, it took years for this to happen, but she managed to get the ability to actually look at the evidence, the original evidence. And what happened was that there was 2 folders, and one folder was not to be shown to the defense.
Yeah.
It literally had it written on it. And what happened was, the guy, so she was only able to go in and look at them. And, she wasn't like, she was going to get like a page a day or whatever. I don't know what it was, but, she had very, very, very tight, limited access. And then one day she went in, and the normal guy that was, in charge of the evidence room or whatever, he was sick with the flu. And the other guy said, well, which one do you want? And that was when he sort of said, well, there's that one, book A, book B. And she went, oh, book B. And that's when she saw, and it's like, do not present to the, it was corruption. It was corrupt cops who were under pressure to do something about these Irish terrorists.
Yeah, they needed a conviction, and they needed to convict anyone. It didn't matter if they were innocent or guilty. They needed a conviction because civilians had been killed in these bombings. And so they needed to convict someone. It didn't matter if they were guilty or not. They needed a conviction.
Yeah.
It's
it's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Just in recent history, it's one of the worst miscarriages of justice in the British justice system. Deliberate fuckery by And because it undermines everything. If the people who are law enforcement completely throw anything reasonable out and just like, we are going to convict someone and we literally do not care if they're innocent or guilty, because we need to have someone pay the price here. We need to have someone be prosecuted, and it doesn't matter if they're innocent or guilty. We just need the appearance of someone being, and it's just fucked.
I think one of the best things that came out of that case, and I say best things because it was awful, but when it went to Court of Appeal and they were found innocent. Oh, and by the way, I need to point out, it wasn't just 2 Irish guys; it was their family and friends.
Yeah,
and
in Guildford, 6 people went to prison in Guildford, and they're all completely innocent, and 4 people in Birmingham for a different one. But it was basically the same thing.
Guildford 4 and something 7, I think it was.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It was something like that. But
Yeah.
no, I think the Guildford one was 6. Anyway, it was 10 or so. But yeah, it was fucked. I was just going to say, even though it's comparatively early for Friday night,
Maguire 7.
Just past midnight, I am.
I just want to finish up with that last piece.
Yeah, you finish up.
So the best thing that happened was when they got found innocent in the appeal. It's like, right, okay, I'm going to need you to go back down and go through the processing before you can be freed. And the guy, and Jerry McLaughlin, no, not McLaughlin, something like that. Anyway, he basically said, "Screw that! I'm going out through that door," and he literally climbed over the benches.
Yes,
to go out the front door
because he said, "I am a free person."
Day. Yep.
Yeah, I'm a free person. You're not
second.
allowed to stop me.
I'm not going to stand and have another second in your custody, or words to that effect.
Yeah, they were trying, because there was a big crowd outside and they're trying to avoid a scene. And he said, "Yeah, but I'm innocent. You can't actually hold me. You can't stop me. I'm going out the front door."
Yeah. I mean, even the fucking grandma, or I think it was grandma or mum or something.
Yeah, it was an auntie or grandma who was a fucking royalist.
But she was planted as she was like the person who made the bombs, almost as like she like made the bombs in the same as you make dough or something.
Yeah, there was bleach under her kitchen sink, and bleach can be used in making bombs. Bleach can also be used for cleaning
shit.
Yeah. So she had normal cleaning products in her kitchen, but some of the components of cleaning products can be used to make bombs. So they convicted her based on that. It was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous.
It was all twisted and layers added, and just
all fucked up shit. Anyway,
I'm sorry. I talk about fucked up shit far too much. I'm actually quite a I don't think about fucked up shit. I don't know. It's the moral outrage. That's what it comes down to.
It absolutely is. I was going to say, look, last night was a night of weird dreams for me. I actually woke up with because I had a weird dream. I wasn't even tangled up in sheets, but in the dream I was, and the tangled up sheets kept flipping between being sheets I was tangled up in and a person who was on top of me who was trying to murder me. And I was lying, and it ultimately resolved into, it's definitely a person who's strangling me and trying to murder me. And I actually woke up, and I know I yelled. I went, "Ah!" And didn't wake up Mrs. Angry, which is nice. I think the rest of the night was weird sex dreams. So, that's take into that what you will. One of the dreams was me being strangled by someone. The rest of the night, weird sex dreams. Tonight, who knows? Who knows what will happen as I go off to... I just want to put that thought into everyone's head. I'm dreaming of either being murdered or weird sex dreams. So,
and I'm going to go to bed now.
I am.
No,
Middle
that's
of the
right.
day
No,
for you.
I'm putting words in your mouth. It's like, and I'm
Yeah,
not going to go to
no.
bed. So
Yep.
it's, I'll leave it up to you to imagine what I'm going to be dreaming of.
No, and that's literally why I was saying that. So maybe we'll catch up again on Saturday night. I'll update you if I had any more weird murder and or sex dreams tonight. But maybe I won't remember any. But I just remember last night. Last night was super fucking weird. Super fucking weird dreams last night. Most nights I wake up and I either don't remember anything at all, or I don't remember specifics, but I go, I think last night's dreams had super weird vibes. But last night, I remember a couple of specific things. Like, this person trying to murder me. And I literally woke up and went, bah! And also, there were definitely weird sex dreams last night. So I just want to put that into everyone's head before I go away.
I remember having a conversation once. We were talking about lucid dreaming, and I'm thinking, and I had to interrupt. I said, "Look, I'm sorry. Can you tell me what lucid dreaming is? Because to me, that just sounds like dreaming to me." And it turns out that I do lucid dreaming. Just I do it. I control my dreams.
Yeah, Most people don't feel like they can control their dreams. Some people feel like they can control their dreams sometimes. Some people feel like they can control their dreams all the time. These dreams I'm talking about, not lucid dreams. I didn't have control over them. I may message my old college friend on Facebook and said, "Hey, had weird sex dreams about you." But this was the funny, and I think they'll appreciate this. I was me at my age. You were still 20. You were still college age. And I think
the weird thing is though, this was 80, wasn't it?
No, I think if I missed, no, 80 would be into it. 80 would be into it. This is a different college friend. I think if I messaged them telling them that, I'd just get that, never contact me again.
Yeah. I have to. So my lucid dream thing, I don't know, controlling dreams. I can have a dream and I just let it flow. I just let it go where it goes, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I can guide it to where I want it to go as well. And so I can sort of loosen the reins, as it were, and let it just go where it wants to go and see what happens. But if I don't like what happened, I can sort of say, you know what, I didn't really like that one last night. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna, and it's almost like you remember those like choose your own adventure things.
Yes.
Go to page 31 or page 45.
Yes.
I would just decide which page I'm going to go to instead.
That's
but I'll
fair.
leave you with my best dream. It's my oldest dream, the one that I can remember.
Yes, please.
And it's a trans dream.
Yeah.
So I've had it since I was about 10, 11, maybe 12. So me and my friend would walk to school together and we'd meet up at a bin on the way. And so in this dream, I'm dressed up like a schoolgirl.
Sure.
Wearing a pleated skirt and a blouse or whatever, And my friend turns up and it's like, why are you wearing girl clothes? And I just say, I just felt like it. And then he goes, oh, okay, let's go. And it's just that acceptance of, like I'm wearing, my red trainers today, It's like, oh, okay, fair enough. It's a there's no judgment or anything. It's
a
just
non-judgmental dream. I like it.
Yeah, it's pure acceptance and like, okay, and that's how it should be. And that's why I keep having it. It's just an acceptance dream.
That is a wonderful positive note to end on. Even though I just wanted to end up on fucking people's minds up that I'm going to have sex dreams. But that's a positive one. We'll leave it on that. In all probability, I will be doing another stream tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But I hope you'll look after yourselves. See you